So this I mean, just convert natural action.
Okay. Do that.
Judge, I'm expecting my client, this is Paul, I'm expecting my client momentarily. She had to drop off a grandchild, but she should be here any minute.
Okay,
I'm
let
sorry.
me,
Yeah,
just let me know when she's arrived.
okay.
A few things before we go on the record. Mr. Borman, I think we will, well, this is to everyone. I think we'll break at 11 for an early lunch because Mr. Borman has his vaccine appointment at 11:30. Mr. Borman, when do you think you'll be back from that appointment?
I should be back approximately noon, I would say, maybe a few minutes after.
Okay, why don't we plan on breaking at 11 and resuming at 12:10?
I think that should work. It's really close by, so it shouldn't take very long to get there and back.
And Mr. Killinger, I recall you said you'd have to leave about 4:40 today. Is that right?
I rearranged that, so I don't have to do that today.
Okay.
I have a question. Will you need my video all week, or is that only the day I was testifying?
I think just for you, Ms. Ashworth, I think just the day you were testifying is fine.
Okay, thank you.
And let me say to any audience who's listening on YouTube or following this on YouTube, you need to refresh your webpage, or you will be seeing the YouTube video from yesterday. And so we'll get ready when, oh, I see Ms. Johnson has arrived.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Johnson, are you ready to get going again?
I am.
Kim, are you ready to go back on the record?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Thank you.
Okay, we're back on the record. We're here today for the second day of the hearing in case number 20-00181-TR-EN. And Mr. Padilla, you may resume your cross-examination of Ms. Johnson. You have an hour.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, are you feeling all right this morning?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, so you're ready to proceed with your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, you have your affidavit there with you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I want to focus for a moment on paragraph number 7 of your affidavit. Okay, you start out by saying, when the gurney touched down, it tipped over to my left. What specifically do you mean when the gurney touched down?
I believe what I was trying to say is when it hit the ground, I fell off of it.
Okay. And then you say it tipped over to your left.
Yes.
What do you mean when you say tipped over? Could you explain that word to me, or that phrase, tipped over?
When it was coming off the backside of the ambulance, it tipped to the side.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, it's coming off the ambulance, it tipped to the side, and then it went down, and when it came down to the ground, you fell out, right?
when it was tipping over, I believe I fell off, but it hit the ground.
Okay, well, you were still in it, or at least partially in it when it hit the ground?
No, I think I was completely out.
Okay, you think you
I
were
was-
out, or do you know
I
you were
was thrown off of it.
Okay, I understand that, but I'm trying to determine more specifically exactly when that happened. And you said you think you were thrown out. So is that your best guess, or do you know exactly when you were thrown out?
When it was tipping over is when I was thrown out.
Okay, well, just a minute ago, you said that when it touched down and hit the ground, you were thrown out. So which one is it?
It was when it was tipping over that I was thrown out.
Okay, so then I'm still confused about what you mean when you say when the gurney touched down, it tipped over.
The front, where my feet were, it touched down there and then it tipped over.
Okay, well, was the gurney totally outside of the ambulance at that point in time?
No, I just remember the feet touching down.
Okay, so part of the gurney was still in the ambulance, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I don't mean to have you guess at anything. I'm just trying to understand the sequence, how long this took and what exactly happened. If part of the gurney was still in the back of the ambulance, then how did it tip over?
It must have all come out when, once it touched down.
Is that something you know for a fact, or something you're just concluding because you ended up on the ground?
No, I know when it touched down the feet, it's when it tipped over, but I can't tell you if it was all out of the ambulance or not.
Okay. You said in the fall, I was turned over and dumped off the gurney. What do you mean you were turned over?
When it tipped to the side.
Okay, so it tipped to the side, and that would have been to your left side, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and when you say I was turned over, does that mean that you were turned over to be on your stomach essentially?
Yes, when I was dumped off.
Okay, so when you fell down, were you falling down to your right side?
To my left.
Okay. So you said I attempted to brace myself with my right hand and right knee. The left side of my head hit the ground. Can you explain to me how both your right side, your knee and your hand were affected, and your left side, your head and yesterday you described it as being on the side of well, up above your eye and to the side of your left eye. Can you explain how that happened?
When I was dumped off, I caught myself with my hand on my knee, and just the bounce of that must have sent my head into the ground.
So the first contact you had with the ground was with your hand and your knee?
Yes,
Was that at the same time, or first your hand, then your knee? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, and when you first talked to the investigator, to James Martinez, do you remember that?
I do.
Did you tell Mr. Martinez about your knee and hand being injured, or did you just tell him about your eye?
I don't recall what was said in that conversation.
Okay, Okay, do you recall when that conversation occurred?
It was shortly after I got out of the rehab center.
And how long were you in the rehab center, ma'am?
For about 2 weeks.
So was your length and was that the time that the amount of time that you anticipated being in rehab anyway, when you left Albuquerque to go to Santa Fe?
I don't recall.
Do you remember whether your doctors told you we're sending you to rehab and we expect you to be there for a certain period of time?
I don't recall if they told me a certain period of time.
Okay. Now, was your rehab strictly limited to the rehab that was necessary because of the aneurysm and the stroke during the surgery?
I'm not sure. They were trying to get me to walk and use my hands and to use my brain to think. They'd give me like calculations so that way I could start thinking and reading a lot.
Okay, so if I remember your testimony correctly yesterday, you said that the stroke affected your left side, correct?
Yes,
So when you say you were trying to walk, was the therapy for the purpose of your left side?
I believe so. Well, they would work both sides.
Okay, what did they do to the right side?
They would have me get on a treadmill or on a bike or walk or use bands to exercise.
Okay, so but that was in order to help you walk because of the paralysis on your left side, right?
I can't be sure. I don't know if they're trying to work into my injuries from the fall or.
Did anybody at the hospital in the rehab unit ever explain to you why you were doing the particular type of rehab that you were doing?
I don't recall them.
Okay, you said that your recollection is you were in rehab for a couple of weeks. Would that be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks?
I think it was about 2 weeks.
Okay, so looking at paragraph 8 of your affidavit, you say, when I was on the ground, I believe I attempted to get up and may have gotten to my knees attempting to stand. Why did you use the words, I believe I may have attempted to get up?
Because I don't remember getting help to stand up. I don't remember getting back on the gurney. Excuse me.
But you did end up back in the gurney, correct?
I did.
And when they put you on the gurney after this fall, did they strap you into the gurney?
I don't recall.
Did they put the bars up on the side, the protective bars up on the side of the gurney?
I can't recall.
How many times had you traveled in an ambulance before this particular instance, before January the 18th of 2019?
I don't think I ever had.
When you were in the hospital and you were laying in the hospital bed, did they have the protective bars up on the side of your bed?
I think so on one side.
Just on one side?
I think so.
Do you remember clearly or that's just the best of your recollection?
No, I think they did. It's the best of my recollection. Because I know on one side they didn't, because I had to keep getting up on that side that the bars weren't up.
That's in the hospital, right?
Yes,
Do you remember, you said you were in the back of the ambulance driving from Albuquerque to Santa Fe, and you were having a conversation with the person that was in the back of the ambulance, right?
with the little guy, yes.
Was he sitting next to you?
I think he was sitting off to my right-hand side.
When you looked at him, do you remember whether or not you saw the protective bars up while you were looking at him?
I don't remember.
Okay, you say you don't remember getting back on the gurney, but you do remember that eventually you got back on the gurney, correct?
Yes,
And would it be logical to conclude that somebody actually had to help you get back on the gurney?
I don't remember any of that part.
Okay, when you remember being on the gurney, your first recollection, was the gurney already up on the wheels?
They were rolling me through the hospital. That's the first I remember of being on the gurney.
Okay, so then I take it you don't remember whether you were put on the gurney while it was still down on the ground or whether you were lifted up and put on the gurney while it was up. You don't know anything about that?
No, I don't. I don't recall.
Okay. And you say, I'm certain that I was not attached to the gurney by any device and that I fell to the ground apart from the gurney. Are you saying that because you actually know there were no belts, or are you saying that because you hit the ground?
No, I'm saying that because there was nothing attached to me when I was on the ground. If I was strapped in, I believe the gurney would have been right on my back, and it wasn't.
Okay, well, so am I understanding you correctly then that you remember being on the ground
Yes,
and you say that you may have gotten up on your knees, but then you don't remember being after that?
I don't remember after that.
So was there anything in particular that happened that caused you not to have any memory of being put back on the gurney?
Don't know. I just don't remember that. I
Okay.
remember to a certain part, and then after that, I don't recall anything.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of medication you were on when you left the hospital in Albuquerque?
I don't recall.
Okay. You had had a pretty significant surgery. You had had a brain surgery, correct?
Yes,
And I'm assuming that there was some pain involved with that, correct?
yes.
So were they giving you medication to control the pain?
While I was in the hospital, yes.
Do you remember whether they gave you any medication just before you left the hospital to make sure that your pain was controlled while you were on the drive from Albuquerque to Santa Fe?
That I don't remember.
Do you think they would have given you? Were you still medication? Were you still in pain at that time?
Yes, I believe they would have because I was still in pain.
Do you remember what the medication they were giving you, whether it was morphine or what specifically it might have been?
I don't remember. I know I had asked the doctor that I didn't want any narcotics, so I wanted a strong leave or something. So it might have been that, I'm not sure.
Okay. Now you say an ambulance employee gave me a sheet to sop up blood coming from my face. I was very worried about the stitches from my surgery on my on the right side of my head and used the sheet to cover the area of the stitches. Now, we talked a little bit about that yesterday, and they gave you a regular size sheet, correct?
Yes,
And the sopping up of the blood, that was just from the bloody nose, right?
yes.
You weren't bleeding from the scrapes or whatever over your eye, were you?
That I don't know. I know when I got into the emergency room, they cleaned it up. So I
Okay,
had a scrape up here, and then I also had a scrape on my arm.
okay, so when you fell, you're certain that you hit your head on the left-hand side, correct?
Yes,
So if you hit your head on the right-hand side, why were you worried about the stitches from the surgery on your right-hand side? If you hit on the
Because I-
left-hand side, why were you worried about the right?
because I didn't know how the fall would have affected my my surgery.
Okay, but your affidavit says that I was very worried about the stitches from the surgery on the right side of my head.
Mhm.
Okay, so if you hit the ground with the left side of your head, why were you focusing on the stitches on the right-hand side of your head?
Because I was afraid that the hit from my head would cause damage to the right side.
Did you have stitches on the left-hand side of your head?
No. It's all right here.
Okay. Which employee gave you the sheet? Do you remember?
The little guy.
Okay. Paragraph 9, you say one ambulance employee asked, "Are you all right?" The other employee said, "No, she's not all right. Look at her," or something very similar. Who's the guy? Which one asked you if you were all right?
The little guy. The little guy was real attentive to me. Just like making sure I was okay. And I remember him kneeling down on the side of where I fell down. And the bigger guy was just standing off to the back.
So the little guy is the person who was in the back of the truck who was caring for you during the transportation, right?
Yes,
Okay. And so now you say you remember the little guy next to you when you were on the ground?
yes.
Okay. And the big guy, where was he standing?
He was in the back,
Was he
in the back of where I was on the ground.
Okay, was he doing anything to try and get the gurney back together to operate properly?
I don't know. Because the gurney was in back of me.
Was the gurney, when you say the gurney was in back of you, do you mean that the gurney was between where you were on the ground and where the ambulance was parked?
No, it was in the back of the ambulance on the ground.
Okay, so was the gurney laying lengthwise behind the ambulance, or was it a laying sidewise?
I don't know.
But you do know that it was behind you, correct?
Yes,
And when you say behind you, do you mean it was behind your head or behind your feet?
no, it was behind my back.
Okay, well, how could you see that it was behind you?
I don't know.
Okay, so when the little guy asked you if you're all right, had he already given you the sheet?
I can't recall.
So Paragraph 10, you say, I do not remember how I got back on the gurney, but I recall being wheeled on the gurney into the hospital to the rehab unit. So you have absolutely no recollection of getting back on that gurney?
No, I don't.
And you were taken to the rehab unit rather than to the emergency room, correct?
Yes. And once we arrived in the rehab, right at the check-in desk, I remember a nurse there telling him, no, to take me to the ED.
The ED meaning the emergency department?
Yes,
But that's the word that you used, take her to the ED?
yes,
And did you know at that point in time, did you understand that the nurse was telling them to take you to the emergency department?
yes.
Okay. And you say in paragraph 11, at the rehab unit, a nurse told the ambulance employees that they could not possibly accept me in that unit because my injuries required immediate evaluation by the emergency department. Okay,
Yes.
what injuries did the nurse mention that needed to be evaluated?
I don't recall her mentioning any.
Was the focus at that point in time on your face?
It must have been because that would have been what they could see first thing.
Okay. And you say that there were scrapes on your face around your left eye, correct?
Yes,
And how bad were those scrapes? Were they just minor scrapes or were they deep and bleeding?
they weren't profusely bleeding, but they had blood on them. And then I was scraped here on my nose. And then my my arm.
Your arm was scraped?
Yes,
Your left arm?
my left arm.
Okay. You said you had I realized later that my face was scraped, my arm was scraped, my nose bleeding, and a black eye forming. When you say I realized later, and you're already talking about being at the rehab unit, how much later did you realize that your face was scraped, your arm was scraped, your nose was bleeding, and a black eye was forming?
When I went into the ER, that they let me go to the bathroom. And I saw in the mirror my face. And then they were attending to my arm and to my leg, to my face too.
Okay, were you in the actual ER when they let you go to the bathroom, or were you in the waiting area for the ER?
I was in the back, in the ER.
Okay, how long had you been in the ER when you were allowed to go into the bathroom?
A few hours.
Okay, were you in the bathroom? Did you go into the bathroom by yourself?
No, I think my fiance escorted me.
Okay, you think, or do you know?
No, I know. And then at that time too, I saw the little guy sitting behind like a nurse's station when we were going to the bathroom.
Okay, so you had been in the emergency room for about 2 hours and the little guy was still there?
He was sitting in the nurse station in the back.
Do you know what he was doing?
I remember him just sitting in that station area.
Okay, you say your fiance accompanied you to the bathroom. What do you mean by accompanied you? Did he just
He
walk
walked
with you?
me, yes.
Okay, so were you able to walk at that point?
Yes,
Okay, I want to be clear on this nose bleeding. You say, I realized later that, and part of your statement is, my nose bleeding. But before you said you knew your nose was bleeding when they gave you the sheet. So when did you realize your nose was bleeding? Was that right away or was it later?
No, when they gave me the sheet, it was collecting blood.
Okay, so there was blood, but did you know where the blood was coming from?
Yes, my nose.
Okay, so you knew that right away then?
Yes.
Okay. Paragraph 12 says, I remember the ambulance guys wheeling me in a circuitous route through the hospital. They seemed not to know where the emergency department was located. Why would you say they didn't seem to know where they were going?
Because they kept going like in the same direction and not really knowing where they're going. They just kept wheeling me and talking amongst themselves about they didn't know where they were going until we finally met up to, I think it was a security guard or something that told them in which direction to go.
Okay, paragraph 13, you say, at last they asked a fellow who I believe was a security guard for directions to the emergency department. Is that what you're telling us now?
Yes.
Did they have any problem finding the rehab unit?
No, not that I can recall.
When you went into the hospital, did you go into the hospital from the emergency room area, from where the ambulances unload to take people to the emergency room?
I don't think so, because I never saw other ambulances around.
And you're certain there were not ambulances around that day? Is that correct?
Yes.
In paragraph 14 says, I waited for hours in the reception area of the emergency room. You told me you were actually in the emergency room for hours. This says you waited for hours in the reception area. Is that correct?
Yes, we waited outside for, I'd say 3 hours.
Okay, so you were 3 hours waiting to go into the emergency room. Then you went in there and another 2 hours, and that's when you went to the bathroom?
No, I think once I got to the back is when I went to the restroom.
Okay, so right away when you got into the emergency room, you asked to go to the restroom? Would that be correct?
I think so. And I was in a wheelchair. I'm remembering now I was in a wheelchair.
In the waiting area?
And in the back, they took me to the back in the wheelchair.
Okay. Who put you in the wheelchair?
I don't know.
Okay. When you went to the emergency room, you were on the gurney, correct?
I think so. Yes, I was on the gurney.
Okay, and do you remember the two guys who you were with, the ambulance people, talking to anybody at the emergency room and saying you need to be looked at right away?
I don't remember them talking to anybody.
Do you know whether there was mention of the fact that you had been dropped and that you had had an aneurysm and suffered a stroke? You had had a brain surgery.
I don't remember that.
Okay. What were you doing when you waited for hours in the reception area?
I was with my family waiting for me to be seen.
Was it strange to you that you were waiting for hours as opposed to getting in right away?
Very, because I was out there with a lot of other people and
Go ahead.
and they just had me out there. So we waited for a few hours and then my aunt is one of the head nurses there. So my other aunt called her to see if she could do anything to speed it up. So my aunt that works there called the ED supervisor and they got me in quickly after that. Cause I was out there with the incisions and then all the injuries from the fall.
So it sounds to me like nobody was paying any attention to you until your aunt got involved and got you taken back to the bat, correct?
Yes,
Okay. While you were sitting there waiting and you were concerned that it was a very long wait, did any of your family members go up to somebody from the emergency room and say that you needed to be taken back?
I
quickly?
don't recall.
Is there any particular reason that you have for testifying in this case today?
I don't want this to happen to anybody else, especially an elder. It's not right what happened to me, and it shouldn't happen to anybody else.
Okay, but you didn't report this to the PRC, correct?
No, I didn't, but my brother, I think my brother did.
Okay, well, didn't Mr. Martinez with the PRC contact you as soon as you got home?
He did, but he had been dealing with my brother already.
Okay. Did you ever file an actual complaint with the PRC?
I don't recall.
Okay, paragraph 15, you say the fall from the gurney injured the left side of my face, my right wrist and right knee. We've already talked about that. You say, I believe the fall on my right knee jammed my right hip and caused other injuries to my pelvis and lower back. Why do you believe that?
Because I have a lot of problems with my hip. One of the specialists I saw told me that's probably what happened. When my knee hit, it pushed my hip out of place.
Okay, and as a matter of fact, that's the primary basis for your lawsuit against Rocky Mountain and the hospital, correct?
Primary. But just I have a lot of problems with my wrist and with my hip, just getting around in general. And my doctor visits are getting, pricey and I can't afford them continued. Or sometimes I'd have to cancel because I don't have the money.
Okay, you say you were referred by your orthopedic surgeon at Presbyterian Hospital in Espanola to a hand surgeon.
Yes,
Okay, why did you go to a hand surgeon?
because I have pulled tendons, I believe, in my wrist from the fall. And it gives me a lot of problems.
And that's in your right hand?
My right wrist, yes.
Okay, you weren't treated for your right wrist at the emergency room, were you?
I don't recall.
You weren't treated for your right knee at the emergency room, were you?
I think they took a look at it because I had a big bruise on it.
You had a bruise or scrapes?
On my right, I had a bruise. I probably had scrapes. I don't recall. But I know I had a big bruise on it.
Okay, was the bruise apparent when you were in the emergency room, or did that show up later?
I don't recall.
Okay, you finish your affidavit by saying, I have been through 2 multi-visit physical therapy sessions for injury to my right hip from the fall. So is your physical therapy primarily focusing on your right hip?
On my hip and my wrist.
Okay, well, you mentioned in your affidavit 2 multiple physical therapy sessions for injury to my right hip, but you don't say anything about your right wrist. Why did you say anything about your right wrist in your affidavit?
I don't know.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, there's some photographs of you that have been admitted into evidence in this particular matter. I'd like you to look at those photographs if you would, please, and I don't know if you have them there in front of you, or maybe your attorney can help you to get a look at them, but I want to start with the photograph that's number 7.
What do you mean number 7, Mr. Padilla?
I'm sorry, number 37. I apologize. It's in the packet that,
It's basically the first photograph. Is that what you're saying?
yes.
Do you have that, Ms. Johnson?
I do.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, what is that a picture of?
That's a picture of me.
Okay, and you seem to be bundled up, correct?
Yes, it looks like I was in the hospital or something.
Do you know where the picture was taken?
I don't.
Do you know who took the picture?
My brother.
Do you know when the picture was taken, the date, whether it was the date that you got dropped or some other time?
I don't.
Were you laying down in that picture?
I believe so.
Okay, do you know whether you were laying down on a gurney or in bed? Do you know where that was?
I don't.
Okay, what is that picture intended to show?
The damages to my face.
Okay, so it looks to me, looking at that picture, that it shows a black eye, correct? On your left eye?
Yes,
Okay, and it shows what appears to be a cut or a scrape on your nose, the front of your nose, right?
yes.
Are there any other cuts or scrapes that are shown in that picture?
My forehead.
What part of your forehead?
Like right here.
Are you pointing to the left part of your forehead?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the scrape or blood under my nose.
Okay. Was that just a drop of blood from your bloody nose, or was that an actual scrape or cut?
I don't recall what it.
So these pictures that were taken, were they taken in a particular order?
I don't know.
Like, would the first picture be the first picture that was taken?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's look at the second picture, would you please? Can you see the second picture?
Is it the one with me sitting in a wheelchair?
Well, you're sitting somewhere and there's a couple of people behind you. You have a belt around your
Yes,
waist area.
yes.
So you see that photograph?
Yes,
You're sitting there with your arms crossed, correct?
yes.
Where are you during that picture?
I believe the emergency room.
Were you actually in the emergency room at that point in time? Or is that in the waiting area for the emergency room?
I think it's the waiting area. There's those other two people there.
Okay, so that's where you were for approximately 3 hours, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you've got a wristband there on your, looks like your left arm. That would be the hospital wristband?
yeah.
Was that something they put on you at St. Vincent's, or did you have that already from the Presbyterian in Albuquerque?
I probably had it from Presbyterian.
Okay. Now, I can't really see really clearly your right hand, but your right hand is kind of showing under your left elbow there. You see that?
Yes,
Okay. There's no bandages or anything on your right hand, are there?
on my right hand, there's a, it looks like a tape or something.
Okay, on what part of your right hand? Looking at the picture, I can't quite clearly see that.
Um, it's under my elbow where I'm having my arms crossed,
Okay,
and they probably had the port from there,
okay,
Presbyterian.
okay. Now, on your left arm there, it looks like, are those scrapes and bruises, or is that just the way the picture was taken? Your left arm, the one on the top. There's some little marks that look like they might be scrapes.
I can't be sure.
Okay, and near your elbow, that looks like it might be, or is that just a shadow from the picture?
I don't know.
Okay, looking at your right arm, or what's shown of your right arm there, I don't see any scrapes or bruises. Do you see any scrapes or bruises on your right arm?
My right arm.
Would
I
that be?
don't know if that's a shadow or a bruise.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, please?
Right by my elbow area, I don't know if that's a shadow or a bruise.
Okay, that's your left arm. I'm talking about your right arm. Oh, you're talking about the bottom of your elbow?
Yes,
Okay. So there might be you don't know whether it's a shadow or a bruise. Do you see any scrapes on your right arm?
no,
Do you see any scrapes on your right hand?
no.
Okay, would you look at the next, oh, I'm sorry, before we go to the next picture, there's some people in the background of that picture. Looks like there's two people. Do you know who those people are?
I don't.
Okay, and you say that your family was there with you. What family members were there while you were sitting in the waiting room for 3 hours?
My mom, my brother, my sister-in-law, my uncle, my cousin, and my fiance.
Okay, so were you talking to those people?
Yes, I believe I was.
Were you able to carry on a conversation with them?
I don't remember carrying on full conversations with them because I just remember being in pain.
And when you say you were in pain, can you describe the pain to me, please?
Just hurting.
Your body hurting in general, or?
No, where my head and my knee, my hand and my surgery.
Okay. Now, you said you thought they probably gave you medication when you left the hospital in Albuquerque. When you got to the hospital in Santa Fe and you had suffered this fall, did anybody give you any medication to deal with the pain?
I don't recall.
Okay, let's look at the next picture, if you would, please. The third picture.
The same picture?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. There's two pictures, but they look to me like they're the same picture. And I'm wondering whether there's anything different in the third picture that we haven't already talked about on the second picture.
It looks like the same picture.
Do you know why if they're the same picture, do you know why there would be two pictures that are the same?
I don't.
Do they look like the same picture to you?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at the next picture, please. Do you see that picture, the fourth picture?
Yes.
Where was that picture taken?
That was in rehab.
Okay. And because I noticed you're wearing a different shirt. Would that be correct?
That was my pajama shirt. So that's how I know I was in rehab at that time.
Okay. Do you remember whether that was the day after you fell, a week after you fell? Do you remember when it was taken?
I don't, but it must have been a few days after because my bruising is already going away from my eye.
From your left eye?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm strapped in the chair.
Okay, now your right eye looks kind of droopy. Is that just because of the way you were looking, or was there something wrong with your right eye?
Hold on just a minute. There was some background noise. Mr. Padilla Mr. Padilla, will you repeat your question, please?
Okay, in this picture that we're looking at, your right eye looks kind of droopy or kind of closed. Is that just because of the way the picture was taken, or was there something wrong with your right eye?
I think it's just the way the picture was taken.
Okay. Who took this picture?
My brother.
And was there a particular reason that he took that picture?
Not that I know of.
Okay, now, we can see your left hand in that picture, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything that you see on your left arm or your left hand, any scrapes, bruises, things of that nature?
No.
I don't see your right hand, but you've got on a long sleeve shirt. Is your right hand under that sleeve? Or is it just cupped under your leg?
It's tucked under my leg, I think.
Okay. Was that just the way you happened to be sitting, or were you sitting like that on purpose because of your condition?
I don't know. I can't tell you.
Okay, let's look at the next picture, if you would, please. You see that?
The same as the first?
It looks to me like it's the same. That's what I was going to ask you. Do you believe that that's the same picture?
I believe so.
Okay, do you know why there's two of those pictures?
I don't.
Submit these pictures, correct? You didn't provide these pictures to the PRC.
No. My brother did.
Okay. Look at the next picture, would you please? You see that?
Yes.
Okay, where is that picture? Where were you when they took that picture?
In the rehab.
Was that in your room in the rehab or,
Yes.
okay? And who took that picture?
My brother.
Okay. Do you know why that particular picture was taken or why it's important to what we're talking about here today? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay. I saw you shake your head, but you have to say either yes or no. It looks in that picture to me like you're asleep. Are you sleeping there?
Yes.
Okay. Does that picture show that, you know, you had a black eye? I don't see the black eye in that picture underneath your eye. Do you see it?
I don't see it under. I see all on top.
I see what looks like your eyelid being black. And we hadn't talked about that before, but because your eyes were open actually in the picture that showed you black eye. But now there's it appears like the black eye underneath your eye is gone. Would that be correct?
Doesn't. It looks like there might still be a little bit.
Okay. How long did it take for the black eye to go away?
I don't know.
At this point, you were still in the hospital, correct?
In the rehab, yes.
So that's during the 2 weeks after that you fell, right? At
Yes.
some point. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you look at the next picture, please? Are you there?
The one with the blanket around me?
Pardon?
Is it the one with the blanket around me?
No, there's two pictures that look to me like they're the exact same picture of you sleeping in the room. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything different about the second picture, or are they the same picture like with the other ones we've talked about that are the same picture?
It looks the same because you could see the scrapes on my arm and then my bruising on my eye and the scrape on my nose. And it looks like I have a bruise on my cheek.
Okay, so when you say you can see the scrapes on your arm, that's on your left arm, correct?
Yes.
And you can't see your right arm in that picture, correct?
No.
Okay, and you say some bruising. Is there bruising on the arm as well as on the face?
I think it just scrapes, but it looks like there's a bruise on my face.
Kind of on your cheek?
Yes.
Okay. And look at the last picture, would you please? You see that?
Yes.
That's a picture where you're there's a multicolored blanket, right?
Yes.
And you appear to be sitting up, would that be correct?
Yes.
And there's somebody's hand in the picture, it looks like somebody's right hand. You see that?
Yes.
Do you know whose hand that is?
I think my mom's.
Okay, you think it is or you know it is?
No, looks like my mom's had.
Okay. Do you know what she's doing?
I don't.
Okay, you've got your eyes closed. Are you sleeping in that picture?
I was probably resting.
Okay. And where is that? Where are you in that picture?
In rehab still.
Okay, it looks like you're sitting in a chair. Would that be correct?
Yes, in a wheelchair.
Okay. And that blanket, is that a hospital blanket or is that a blanket that somebody from your family brought you?
Somebody from my family brought it.
Okay. And what does that picture show with regard to the injuries that you suffered in the fall?
A scrape above my eyebrow, and it looks like I still have a black eye.
Underneath the eye or on the eyelid?
Underneath and on the eyelid.
Okay, is that a lighter black eye than we've seen in the other pictures? Is it kind of
Yes.
far away?
And then it looks like I have a scrape like right in the center of my forehead.
Okay. Anything else?
A scrape on my nose.
Okay, anything else?
Looks like a scrape or a bruise to the side of my nose.
Left side or the right side? Would it be on the left side or the?
It would be on the left side of,
Okay, so it sounds to me like, from what you've described to me so far, that everything is on the left side of your face, correct?
yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, my name is Carolyn Glick. I'm the hearing examiner in this case. I just have a couple questions for you. You referred to, with respect to the two people in the ambulance, a little guy and a bigger guy. Do you know their names?
I don't.
Were both of those guys carrying you out on the gurney when you fell?
When they were pulling me out of the ambulance, the big guy was on my right side and the girl was on my left.
Could you go to the second page of your affidavit, the last paragraph, paragraph 15? Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. You say in there, I have been referred to by my orthopedic surgeon at Presbyterian Hospital in Espanola to a hand surgeon in Santa Fe for a surgical evaluation for displaced tendons. Did you see that hand surgeon?
Yes, I did. His name
And
is Dr. Chun.
what's that?
His name is Dr. Chun.
Okay. And what advice did he give you?
He had me go to therapy for my hand, and then the therapist referred me back to him and said that she wanted further evaluation and further treatment plan. So when I went back, he said that I might have to have surgery. And then I went back for my appointment to see if he was gonna have surgery on it. And the day I went back, he was out because he had injured his hand.
So have you seen him since then?
No, I believe I go back this next month, but they said I was gonna see his assistant because he's not back yet.
Okay. You said earlier that it's getting pricey for you to see your doctors. What doctors are you seeing right now?
I see the specialists for my hip and for my wrist, and then for my physical therapy. And then I see a specialist to work out all the tendons and muscles in my arm and my hip.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Borman, you have 10 minutes for any redirect.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do not have any redirect questions for Ms. Johnson.
Mr. Padilla, you have 10 minutes for any follow-up to my questions.
No follow-up.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, you're excused. I really appreciate you coming and testifying.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Manick.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Borman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. We're trying to get Ed Rue to join the call. He's traveling, and we're trying to get him to call in. So if you could give me a moment or two to get him online.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I have admitted Mr. Rue.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object to Mr. Rue testifying. As I told you previously, I spoke to him on last Thursday, and he told me specifically that he would not be testifying. Therefore, I took him at his word. And if you're going to allow him to testify, I would ask that you recess at this point in time in order to allow me to properly prepare for his testimony. I think I have the right as an officer of the court to accept him at his word, and he told me most definitely that he was not going to testify.
Your request is denied. Mr. Rue, could you please unmute yourself and turn on your video, please?
All right. Can you guys see me?
Yes.
Okay. I need to pull over here.
Okay.
I'm actually traveling, so I wasn't sure if I was going to have service or not. Hold on. All right.
Kim, would you please swear in Mr. Rue?
Yes, ma'am. Sir, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rue. My name is Brad Borman. I'm an attorney for the Transportation Division of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, and I'm going to be asking you a few questions this morning. First, I guess, could you just state your name for the record, please?
My full name is Edwin Scott Rue, R-H-U-E.
Okay, and I have a statement here that apparently you gave to our Transportation Division folks, probably James Martinez. Are you familiar with that document?
Yeah, the Exhibit D, I have it in my hand.
Yeah, it's actually technically in this case, it's identified as Staff Exhibit 17, but yeah, it's very top right. It is marked as Exhibit D. Now,
I do have that in hand.
Okay, and according to this document, it says that you've been a paramedic for a while.
Yes, since 1994, I was certified in Arizona.
Okay, can you just briefly identify your background in this area?
Like I said,
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Mr. Borman, again,
Yeah.
I said there would be no preliminary questions. So I think at this time, you should just move the exhibit.
Okay, I'm fine moving the exhibit. I guess I was just trying to establish a foundation, but if you're going to admit the exhibit, I'll just move the exhibit at this time. And so I guess at this time, staff would move Staff Exhibit 17 into the record.
Is there any objection?
I object to this witness testifying at all, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection is overruled. Staff Exhibit 17 is admitted.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Rue. He's available for cross-examination.
Mr. Padilla, you have 2 hours.
Mr. Rue, you and I spoke by telephone last Thursday, April the 8th, correct?
That is correct.
And at the time we spoke, you were traveling from Texas to New Mexico, correct?
I was.
And at that point in time, you had not even spoken to anybody from the PRC, correct?
That was correct at that time. When I spoke to you, I did not know this was going to be a Zoom call. I thought I had to be there in person, is why I said there's no way I could be there in person. I'm actually on the road traveling back to Texas now.
Well, you didn't actually use those words, did you? You didn't say, there's no way I can be there in person. You just said, I'm in a fishing competition and there's no way I'm going to testify, correct?
No, I said there's no way I could be there in person. So I couldn't be there. I did not know it was a Zoom call.
Okay, well, did you mention the fact that you were in a fishing competition and that you were going to be busy doing that?
I did. It is actually Saturday and I'm heading back to Texas now.
Okay. And so when were you first contacted with regard, when did you have your initial contact with the PRC that results in your being able to be present here today?
Not to be 100% sure, but Mr. Martinez called me a few hours after you did and explained it was going to be a Zoom and not in person. I said, well, I can testify then. I can do a Zoom. I just, no way could I be there in person. I did not know that.
Did you think about calling me and telling me that you changed your mind?
No, I didn't even think about that. I figured the process would work itself out.
Yeah. So we have well, it's not actually an affidavit. It's a signed statement. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay, I noticed you're sitting in your car and you said you needed to pull over. Have you pulled over? So.
I have. I'm pulled over on the side of the road behind a guardrail and in park.
Okay, so it's safe for me to ask you to look at your
Yes,
affidavit and to make specific reference to it, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. How did it come about that you decided to do this statement?
Well, as you can see, I worked for Rocky Mountain EMS as their program director for right at 7.5 weeks. During my time there was so many violations and so many problems that Ed Little kind of refused to take care of at that time. When I quit, I went right to the PRC and gave them my statement on what was happening.
Okay, when you say you went right to the PRC and gave them your statement, who did you go to?
I think the first person I talked to was Mr. Martinez.
Did you know Mr. Martinez at that point in time, that he was the
No,
person
I
that-
did not. I just called the PRC and asked for an investigator, and he was handling a case.
Okay. Did you know that there was a pending case at that point in time?
No, I did not.
Okay, so how would you know then to call the PRC and ask for an investigator?
Oh, because I wanted to turn in the major problems to the PRC about Rocky Mountain. So the
Did you-
obvious
sorry.
choice would be ask for an investigator.
Did you want to file a complaint?
I did.
And did you actually go ahead and fill out a complaint form?
Since this was 2 years ago when I filled this out, I don't remember exactly. I remember filling this out, signing a statement for him and giving it to Mr. Martinez.
Okay, so to the best of your recollection, this 2-page statement is everything that you did?
Yes, it is. That's what I signed and gave to him.
When you talked to Mr. Martinez, did he tell you that the PRC has a procedure for filing complaints, that you could either choose to file an informal complaint or choose to file a formal complaint?
I don't recall since it was 2 years ago.
Okay, he didn't suggest to you that you do either one of those?
I don't recall.
What do you recall about your initial conversation that resulted in this statement being drafted and provided to Mr. Martinez?
I talked to Mr. Martinez on the phone. We set up a time to meet. I think he came to my house the first time. We sat down and talked. He told me to write a complaint out in writing and sign it and give it to him, and I did.
Okay, so he told you to write a complaint out? Is this document then to be considered your complaint?
Well, basically, he said, write a statement of all my problems that I had with Rocky Mountain. So I did, and this is the complaint that I wrote several days later and turned in.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to get at is you're using the word complaint. For example, you said he told me to write a complaint.
Well,
But
this statement I'm referring to as my complaints with Rocky Mountain to him.
Okay. Did he ask you simply for a statement, or did he ask you for a notarized affidavit?
A statement,
Did you discuss?
and this is what I wrote.
Okay, did you discuss with Mr. Martinez the possibility of doing a notarized affidavit?
I don't recall.
To the best of your recollection, how long did that initial conversation with Mr. Martinez take?
That's hard to answer. Again, it was 2 years ago. I'm thinking at least an hour he sat at my house and we talked.
Okay, well, you told me that you called the PRC and you spoke to him, correct?
I did. That
Yeah.
initial statement on the phone was very short. And then he said he would set an appointment with me, and we did, and we met at my house.
Okay, so meeting at your house was actually your second communication with Mr. Martinez?
Correct. I think so.
Okay. And before Mr. Martinez came to your house, did he ask you to to gather together any documentation or anything of that nature?
He just asked me to write everything down, and I told him that would take me a few days.
Okay, so we've got a statement here that is signed on 4/28/19, April 28th of 2019. Does that mean that, well, let me ask you this. Did you have this statement prepared when Mr. Martinez came to your house?
You know what? I don't recall. I don't recall if I gave it to him then or I gave it to him a few days later. I don't remember.
Okay, and you say when he came to your house, he was there for about an hour?
I'm guessing.
Well, is that strictly a guess as opposed to 5 minutes, or when you say an hour, is
0
that-
to 60 minutes, somewhere in between there.
Can you be more specific?
I can. It was 2 years ago, sir. Do you remember who you met with 2 years ago?
Okay, well, a year earlier, you told me you met for about an hour, so that sounds to me,
Yeah, I'm guessing somewhere 0 to an hour, somewhere in that time frame.
what did you discuss during that time that Mr. Martinez was at your house from 0 to an hour?
I don't recall. We talked about Rocky Mountain. I can't recall the specifics. Again, it was 2 years ago.
You don't recall whether Mr. Martinez told you he had an ongoing investigation?
I don't know if he did or not. I did not know that at that time when I met with him.
Okay. Now, the first paragraph of your affidavit, that's just simply background information, correct?
Correct.
Doesn't have anything to do with Rocky Mountain EMS, correct?
No, not the first paragraph.
So what's the purpose of your having put that first paragraph in your statement?
Just so Mr. Martinez would know how long I've been a paramedic, what I've done, what I've seen, and my career.
Did Mr. Martinez ask you for that specific information, or was that your own idea?
I don't recall.
Okay, you say you were employed with Rocky Mountain EMS from February 25, 2019 until April 18, 2019, correct?
Correct.
Do you have an independent recollection of that right now, or that's just your recollection because it was closer in time when you wrote the statement?
I'm reading it right off the statement.
Okay, so if you didn't have the statement in front of you, you wouldn't remember that?
Probably not the exact times, no.
Okay, you say you were employed as their program director, correct?
Correct.
What in fact was a program director for Rocky Mountain EMS?
I basically was in charge of the medical, getting everything straightened up, getting training done, protocols, meeting with the pharmacy, handling all the problems at Rocky Mountain EMS, meeting with all the hospitals, discipline, all that stuff that a director would handle.
Okay, well, it says program director. I guess I'm interested in how you define the word program director.
Well, Rocky Mountain is a program. I handled their program, their EMS program, for those several months.
The entire program?
I wouldn't say 100% of it, no, but a lot of it, yes.
Were you
Ed, of course, was my boss, and he handled what I didn't handle.
Okay, so who was above you?
Ed Little.
Was there anybody else above you?
No, it was Ed Little.
Was there
Ed Little's
anybody?
my direct supervisor.
Okay, was there anybody who was equal to you, in a organization?
Yes, I don't remember his first name, and he was referred to as operations manager or operations director.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. You started talking before I finished my question. And let me just tell you that we can't talk over each other because we have a court reporter taking this. So if you could please wait until I finish asking my question before you started to answer, that would make things easier. So I didn't hear
Okay.
the first part of what you said.
There was one person, I think his name was Richard or Rich. He was referred to as kind of the operations manager that inputted the infers, the charts and stuff like that.
Okay, did you have any authority over this rich person?
No, I did not.
Okay.
We were equal in what I want to say in our place in the company.
It sounds to me by what you're saying or what you've already said, that you were basically running the day-to-day operation. Would that be correct?
That is correct. The medical operation of it.
Okay, so that means you were responsible for the ambulances themselves being properly stocked, the
Correct.
people in the ambulance being properly certified, that type of thing?
Correct.
Okay. And had you had experience in this particular area that gave you any expertise with regard to performing those functions?
Just my 20 years, over 20 years in EMS. With that, I worked as a manager for Tri-State Care Flight, business development manager. So this was my first job as program director.
Okay.
Before that, I worked for Trans-Aero Medevac as director of business development.
And how did you come to work for Rocky Mountain in the first place? Did you solicit that employment? Did they headhunt you? How did that come about?
I found them on the internet. I think it was Indeed, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And where were you at the time? Were you in New Mexico or somewhere else?
I was living in New Mexico, yes.
Okay. And what were you doing at that point in time? What employment did you have?
I was in between jobs. I was working at Presbyterian Hospital, actually. And then I was doing Uber and Lyft.
Okay, so you weren't working specifically in your field at that point in time, correct?
I was working as a paramedic at Presbyterian.
In the hospital system, in the hospital system itself, or in the Presbyterian ambulance system?
Presbyterian Hospital System as a paramedic.
You say throughout my 7.5 weeks I was employed, I noticed several unethical activities happening throughout the company. Why would
Correct.
you use the phrase unethical activities?
You could
That's
read
cool.
this statement. A lot of them fall under unethical.
Okay, and do you make a distinction between unethical and illegal?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, are you
I
aware?
didn't write illegal. I wrote unethical.
Okay, and that's why I'm asking you whether you make a distinction between unethical and the words unethical and illegal.
I'd have to actually look up their definition on each to see if they refer to each other.
When you went to work for Rocky Mountain EMS, were you familiar with any aspect of the Motor Carrier Act?
Yes and no. Over my career, I learned a lot. Immediately when I started, I picked up the PRC's book, Regulating Ambulances, and read that and learned it very quick.
Okay, when you say the PRC's book regulating ambulances, are you talking about the rules and regulations?
Correct. I think
Okay,
at that time it was orange.
Okay. I was talking about the statute, the Motor Carrier Act. Were you familiar with the Motor Carrier Act before you were hired by Rocky Mountain EMS?
No, not
Did you-
entirely.
Okay, what does that mean? Not entirely.
It means I knew parts of it, but I didn't know every detail of it.
Okay, had you worked in the ambulance service in New Mexico prior to working
have.
for Rocky Mountain?
20 years with Rio Rancho Fire.
Okay. and
Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Rue, I just want to emphasize, let Mr. Padilla finish his question before you answer, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Did your job in Rio Rancho require you to be familiar with the specifics of the Motor Carrier Act?
Parts of it, yes. I was a captain for about 15 years, running the engine and ambulance and making sure the ambulance, met standard.
Okay, so the parts of the Motor Carrier Act that you're talking, would those be the parts, for example, of properly stocking your ambulance?
Parts of that, yes.
Okay, properly maintain, making sure that the ambulance was properly maintained?
Correct.
Okay. You don't have a specific recollection, though, as to what parts of the Motor Carrier Act applied, do you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know whether there are aspects of the Motor Carrier Act that apply to businesses other than ambulance businesses?
Taxis, tow trucks, and a lot of other stuff.
Okay. Did you ever take time to either peruse or actually read those sections, or did you focus solely on those sections that are or may be applicable to ambulance services?
I mainly focus solely on the ones representing ambulances. That was my job.
When you were with Rio Rancho, did the fire department focus solely on emergency transports, or did that fire department do what are called interfacility transports?
We are a single tier system. We focused mainly on 911, but we did do interfacility.
And under what circumstances would you typically do an interfacility transport?
Mostly under 911. When someone was not available, the hospitals would call us 911 and we go pick them up.
Okay, so and would I be correct then in concluding that during the time that you were with Rio Rancho, there had to be a 911 call in order to have you respond?
Correct.
You have a lot of discussion in your statement with regard to Rocky Mountain EMS, but you don't make any reference to specific statutes or to specific rules and regulations. Are you aware of any specific statutes or specific rules and regulations that were violated by Rocky Mountain EMS?
I think some of this statement falls under some of the rules and regulations, but I did not mention them in here.
Do you know what specific rules and regulations any aspect of your statement fall under?
I could not name those. No, I don't have that book in front of me.
When you wrote this statement, did you have that information available to you?
I did.
Did you simply choose not to look it up at that point?
No, I actually looked it up as some of these fall under those regulations, and I just did not mention them in here. And I don't have that book to look up which regulations were in violation.
Okay. So what is it that motivated you to go to the PRC in the first place? Was there some sort of bad blood between you and Mr. Little or somebody else at Rocky Mountain?
I would say no. Ed and I did not get along very well because I was very focused on safety, meeting the PRC regulations, and Ed was not.
Okay.
That's why I quit.
So if I understand correctly, your job as the program director was to make sure that everything was done appropriately and in accordance with the law, correct?
In accordance with PRC.
Okay. And you were there for 7.5 weeks. During the 7.5 weeks that you were there, did the company do things in accordance with the PRC rules and regulations?
No, they did not.
Why not? That was your job to do that.
I was getting the company up to speed in those 7.5 weeks. As you can see in my statement, let's see, They were short on drugs, on epi, on amiodarone on the ambulances. Ed's response to me for that was, we're never going to run a code. We don't do 911. Why should I spend money on that? And I replied to him, we run interfacility. We could have someone code. He said he's not spending money on that. He did not care what the PRC said or what they regulated.
Well, to your knowledge.
Told me that. Oh, go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I was told by Ed Little many, and I can't count how many times. I don't know if I can cuss on here, but F the PRC. I'll do what I want. I'm the king. They don't regulate me. His words.
And that took place for the entire 7.5 weeks?
I wouldn't say the entire, but a lot of it, yes.
So were you able to accomplish any change as far as bringing the company into compliance with all aspects of PRC rules and regulations?
As you could see on number 6, there was no ambulance meeting PRC regulations. I got 2 of the main units, 57 and 59, up to about 90% PRC compliant. Ed refused to buy radios for them. He refused to buy a lot of stuff. So we took stock off other trucks to get the 2 first line trucks up to standard.
Okay, well, a moment ago, you were talking about drugs and your insistence that there be drugs on trucks. Are we talking about narcotics?
No, we're talking about Epi 1 in 10,000 in statement on number 5. And also amiodarone. He only carried 1 amiodarone on each truck, 150 milligrams, which doesn't even meet the loading dose of a code. He refused to pay the extra money to keep the appropriate stock.
What is amiodarone?
Antidysrhythmic.
Anti what?
An antidysrhythmic for VFib, VTAC.
Okay.
Mr. Rue, you just said for V something. Could you repeat that?
Ventricular tachycardia and VFib, ventricular fibrillation.
Thank you.
So it's for use with regard to the heart, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And during the time that you were with Rocky Mountain, these 7.5 weeks, did you ever have a single instance where a passenger was transported where it was necessary to use amiodarone?
No, not in those 7.5 weeks.
Are you aware of any other time that Rocky Mountain was required to use amiodarone?
I don't know, no.
Is amiodarone a medication that is specified by rules and regulations that has to be carried on an ambulance?
We have to carry an antidysrhythmic, either amiodarone or lidocaine.
And is that even for interfacility transports as opposed to 911 situations?
Yes, interfacility is an ambulance. Ambulance has to meet the ambulance rules for the PRC. Doesn't matter if you're interfacility or 911, they're the same rules.
Okay, so to your knowledge then, is there a rule that the PRC has that specifically refers to this amiodarone?
You have to carry, there is a rule saying what drugs or medications you have to carry on the ambulance, and you have to carry enough to run an ACLS code. They did not. They did not carry enough lidocaine or amiodarone.
Well, aren't drugs regulated by the pharmacy board as opposed to the PRC?
They're regulated, I think, by the pharmacy also, but the PRC states for an ALS ambulance, it has to meet criteria, and it has to have this list of medications and stock on board the ambulance.
You said for an ALS ambulance, what are those?
Advanced life support ambulance.
Okay, and are you saying that every time you have an interfacility transport, that means that it's an advanced life support transport?
It can be.
Well, were you aware of any circumstances during the 7.5 weeks that you were with Rocky Mountain that there was an advanced life support function necessary?
Yes, I took many calls that needed a paramedic in the back that was advanced life support.
Okay.
Medical calls, trauma calls.
You took trauma calls while you were working with Albuquerque, with Rocky Mountain?
Yes, we were an interfacility ambulance. If the hospital called to transfer a trauma patient, we would transfer that trauma patient to whatever hospital they were going to.
Isn't it correct, though, that every time you picked the patient up at a hospital for transport to somewhere else, that patient was already stabilized?
I would say no.
So hospital, to your recollection, released unstable patients to an ambulance service for an interfacility transport?
Patients can become unstable at any time, especially trauma. We would transfer cardiac patients with having an MI, myocardial infarction. We'd be transferring those patients. That is an ALS call. High probability they could code, they could do anything.
I understand that can happen. I'm asking you about what actually happened. I'm asking you whether hospitals actually released unstable patients for interfacility transport by Rocky Mountain EMS.
The hospital would say they're stable, but a patient can turn unstable 5 minutes later.
At least when you picked them up, they were stable, correct?
Some of them, yes.
Okay, some of them, what percentage were unstable?
That's hard to answer. Can't answer that question without looking at facts.
Well, what do you mean then when you say some of them? Do you mean 1 or 2? Do you mean 100?
Handful, 5 or 6 probably in that 7.5 weeks.
And were there instances where those patients had to be treated during the transport because of this instability?
Yes, we are a
Were you
paramedic.
able-
We treat patients. We give narcotics, we give medications, and a lot of the patients needed medication and narcotics.
And were you able to treat those patients properly and get them to their destination properly?
The ones that I transported, yes.
Okay, and did that ever involve the use of narcotics?
It did.
And where did those narcotics come from?
They were at the base that we picked up on calls. When we went to the call, we had signed them out that I developed that. They had no sign out sheet before I started for narcotics, no records of the narcotics.
Okay, when you say you sign them out, in your experience, are narcotics commonly carried on every ambulance for every transport?
On ALS ambulances, yes, it has to be. That's part of being ACLS or ALS.
Okay, but Rocky Mountain was not involved in ALS in general. They were
a certified ALS ambulance. Yes, they were.
Okay, but
they weren't just basic ambulances.
Okay, so the function that they were performing, you're testifying was ALS at all times?
Yes. The ambulance has to be certified at a level, either BLS or ALS. If an ambulance is certified ALS, it means it has to have the stock in the equipment to meet ALS, even though it has a basic transporting. Rocky Mountain had a certification for an advanced life support ambulance to run paramedics.
And how many paramedics did Rocky Mountain have?
I'm not 100% sure, but I know 4, maybe 5.
Actual licensed paramedics as opposed to EMTs?
Yes.
And you were the supervisor, I take it, of those 4 or 5 paramedics?
Correct, except Rich.
Okay.
Ed would not allow me to do anything with Rich.
And were those 4 or 5 paramedics, except for Rich, were they all properly certified?
As paramedics, yes.
Were they all properly trained as paramedics?
By the state, yes.
Did they know how to do their jobs in your experience?
They're certified paramedics, so yes.
How about the EMTs? Did you supervise EMTs?
I did, basics and intermediates.
Okay, and were these EMTs, both basic and intermediate, properly certified?
By the state as EMT basics, yes.
And did they know how to do their jobs as EMTs?
Some of them did, some of them needed a little training more.
What do you mean by that? What type of training would an EMT need after being certified as an EMT?
Because every service is different. Everybody who gets hired with a new service usually does a 2-week or longer onboarding where they learn to write our reports. They learn our protocols. They learn the ambulances are different. They get EVOC. No one had EVOC. Ed wouldn't let me train everyone at EVOC because it costs too much. So none of our drivers had EVOC, which is a PRC mandate.
None of your drivers had the EVOC, or none of your
Our drivers who drove the ambulance, Bradley Little, Fernando, George Smith, or Kyle, those are the 4 that were known as drivers, did not have EVOC. They had no training. They were hired and thrown in the very first day to work by themselves with no training.
Training to do what?
To operate the ambulance, to know our protocols, to know what charting system we use, to understand what to do at the hospitals.
Is that training just to drive an ambulance, or training to actually perform a medical service?
Training to drive the ambulance is EVOC, emergency vehicle operations. None of them had that. And it's a PRC mandate that you have to have EVOC to drive an ambulance. Ed said it costs too much, so he did not provide that training for them.
And how much does it cost?
I'm not 100% sure. There's online now, so I don't know that cost.
Was there online in 2019?
I think so too, but it costs too much, he said.
Isn't it the responsibility of the individual to become properly certified as opposed to?
No, it's the responsible of the company to give them EVOC. Every company I've ever worked for provides EVOC for their new hires.
Mr. Rue, again, I would remind you to please let Mr. Padilla finish his question before you answer.
Sorry, I thought I did.
You said in the second paragraph of your statement, I reported each and every observation and concern to the company's owners and my supervisor, Ed Little. Each submission was met with resistance and declined on further action for correction.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to characterize that as a very generalized statement, each observance and concern. Why didn't you say specifically what you reported to Mr. Little?
I did. It's posted 1 through 10 or 1 through 11. None of those were met.
Okay, so is that an exhaustive list of each and everything, each and every observance and concern that you reported to Mr. Little?
At that time, yes.
Do you have any documentation to support that you reported that information?
We reported it in meetings, so I couldn't know. I would say no to that.
And who took part in these meetings? Was it just you and Mr. Little?
Mostly myself, Ed Little, and George Smith.
Okay. When you say each submission was met with resistance, what do you mean resistance?
Ed would say he doesn't have the money, and I would tell him this is a safety. It's something the PRC mandates that we need to take care of. And again, he would yell at me and tell me, F the PRC, they don't run me. I'm king. I'll do what I want. And I would drop it after that because there'd be no arguing with Mr. Ed Little.
So you dropped it and went back to work?
I did.
And you went back to work under what I presume was what you would call unsafe circumstances?
I was trying to change those safety day by day is why I quit only 7.5 weeks later, because I was not willing to put my license at risk to work for him.
But you say you were not willing to risk patient care and your license for this company. Did you ever
Correct.
provide inadequate patient care at any time that you were working for Rocky Mountain?
I did, yes.
You provided inadequate patient care?
No, I thought you said adequate. Sorry. I
No, I said
provided
inadequate.
adequate care.
So the care that you provided was always adequate?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did the care that was provided by the other paralegals always rise to the level of adequate care?
I can't speak for the paralegals, but the EMT basics.
Paramedics. I
Sorry.
said paralegals, I'm sorry. I meant paramedics.
Sorry, I'm trying to hold this. I was not on their calls, so I can't answer that question. I was not in the seat with them.
What about the EMTs? Would the same hold true for them?
The ones that were with me on a call, yes. The ones I did not observe, I can't answer that question.
Okay, so if you were on a call with an EMT, then I take it you are saying that that EMT and you combined provided at all times adequate care for each and every patient transported, correct?
Personally, yes.
Okay. You say in number one, no one had any type of training on how to operate an ambulance, the gurney, or procedures to pick up patients from the hospital. No one at all in that employee had any such training? Is that what
When
you're
I
saying?
started, I asked each employee how they got trained, and they had no training. They said they were hired and just thrown into work the first day. That's why there were so many complaints from the hospitals. Let me go to, hold on, I'm looking for a paragraph.
For the moment, I'd
I
like
want
to
to go back to number 4. For months after I arrived there was no hands-free defib pads on the ambulances. They were expired by years. They did not have them. So basically, if we needed to shock a patient, we couldn't. I argued with Ed for it took at least 2 to 3 weeks for him to fork out the money to buy hands-free defib pads, just to have them on the ambulances.
Mr. Rue, if you don't mind, I'd like you to stay on topic, please. We were talking about training. Now you shifted over to equipment.
Sorry.
So would you please stay with the nature of the questions that I'm asking you? So my question is, you talked about no type of training on how to operate an ambulance, the gurney, or procedures to pick up patients. Are you saying that a certified paramedic doesn't know how to operate a gurney or how to pick up a patient at a hospital?
They don't get that training in paramedic school or EMT school. They teach you how to handle patients. There's multiple gurneys and ambulances that all need training how to handle them. Hence why a patient was dropped, because there was no proper training on how to handle a gurney, how to turn a gurney, how it should be operated. As in my statement on number 1, I hired Adrian Scott. I begged Ed Little to let me train this person, give him 2 days of training, show him where the hospitals are, show him how to operate the gurney, show him how to operate the ambulances. Ed refused. He said it cost him too much money to do training, that as soon as they're hired, they were put in the ambulance and they had to learn on their own. They got no training.
So this person, Adrian Scott, that you're talking about, you talk about him driving. Was he a driver then?
No, I'm pretty sure he was an EMT intermediate. This was his first ambulance job. He was fresh out of school.
Okay, and when you talk about this training, are you talking about a formal training program, or are you talking about an on-the-job learning right along with somebody who has experience?
Well, on the job ride along and formal training are the same.
Okay, So does there have to be a specific training program to accomplish this ride-along, or is the ride-along all that's necessary?
There should be a Pacific program for training. There was not. I started to create one. So each new hire could have a order of training, and Ed was very against that. It cost him money, he said.
You were the number 2 person. What type of a salary were you paid?
60,000.
Okay. And was Ed Little at all concerned with paying you $60,000?
Yes, he was.
Did he try to negotiate with you to get you to work for a lower amount?
I'm sorry, it switched screens, so I wasn't sure what was happening. We had negotiated that in the very beginning. Ed came down to 60, would not go any higher. He agreed in time that pay would come up if I increased his ambulance number of calls a month.
Did you do that?
I did.
And was your salary raised?
That's the month I quit.
So you quit because you didn't get a raise?
No, not at all. That's incorrect. I quit because Ed would not let me do any safety procedures, train people, or do anything proper to the PRC. I was not willing to put my license at risk. That's why I quit.
You increased the number of runs, correct?
I did, the third month.
By what percentage?
I can't answer that off the top of my head, but that month, the month I quit, they ran 250, I think, or 51 calls that month, which was the most they ran in the last several years.
So that 250 calls would be as opposed to how many when?
210, 200, 190, 180 in the opposing months.
Okay, so roughly 25% or more increase in volume, correct?
I can't answer that directly, but it was an increase in volume. It hit their record the month I quit.
And it was a significant enough increase in volume that you believed that you were entitled to a raise at that point in time, correct?
No, no, that never came up. That's incorrect.
Well, I thought I heard you say just a moment ago that the volume increased that month and that's the month you quit.
That is true, but that's not over a raise. You're actually putting words in my mouth now.
I don't mean to put
In the
words in
very-
your mouth. I'm just asking you questions.
In the very beginning, when I first was hired, my job was to get Rocky Mountain to meet PRC, to handle all the safety problems, to increase calls. I worked on that only for 3 months. Usually that should take about a year. I quit before that because Ed was unwilling to do anything to meet the PRC regulations. It was a fight every minute with him for him to spend any money to get to meet the PRC regulations.
So do I understand you to be saying then that typically it takes about a year to bring an ambulance service in total compliance with PRC rules and regulations?
It could. How much Ed was out of compliance with PRC? Yes.
So when you were hired, you anticipated that this was going to be a year-long job, correct?
6 months to a year is what I anticipated to get the job done for him. You got to understand, we had no narcotic checks. We had no rig sign-offs. We had no training, no nothing. This was just a fly-by-night that was not meeting the PRC regulations.
And how long did it take you to determine that?
About a month and a half into it, he hired me to meet the PRC regulations. He said, I need to meet the PRC regulations. I need to meet a lot of this stuff. I'm hiring you to meet that. But at every turn, what I found out, Ed didn't care about the PRC regulations. He told me over and over, and I'm telling you at least 20 times, F the PRC, they don't control me. I'll do what I want. That's what he told me over and over when I needed money to buy stock, to change tires on ambulances, to do anything. I met with that resistance over and over and over.
Did I understand you just to say that when you were hired, Rocky Mountain met no criteria whatsoever with regard to the rules and regulations of the PRC?
They did not meet a lot of the regulations. They met some of them, but did not meet a lot of them.
Doesn't the PRC periodically inspect
Once a
ambulances?
year,
Pardon?
once a year.
Okay, and didn't Rocky Mountain pass those inspections?
I would have to say yes and no, because they were given many a times when they did not pass the inspection to have 30 to 90 days to come back and pass that. So to pass PRC inspections for Ed, he would pull a lot of the ambulances out of service, take that stock, put them on the 2 ambulances they were inspecting, and when they passed, then divide that stock all up between the other ambulances, and then run the next of the year with hardly any stock on all the ambulances.
And how many?
We knew when they, what was
I'm
that?
sorry.
Ed knew when they were inspecting. They weren't surprise inspections.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Mr. Rue, we have to break at 11 o'clock because Mr. Borman has his second vaccine. And we were planning to resume at 12:10. I gave Mr. Padilla 2 hours for cross-examination of you. Are you available to resume at 12:10?
I will be.
Okay. Then why don't you call in again at 12:10 and we'll resume then. Mr. Padilla, you have 1 hour and 11 minutes remaining. So again, we'll go off the record now and we will resume at 12:10. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all. Okay, this is our break. I could have probably gone a few minutes longer, but that's fine. So I won't have to rush it. What time is your 11:30? 11:30. I'm feeling a little better, but I think that's supposed to be
Hey, Brad.
April.
Brad.
You're
Brad.
right, though. It's probably the stress that made me susceptible to it, you know? I've been very, well, this hearing's going really well. What? Yeah, I don't want to jinx it. Much better than I feared. I thought it would be an absolute disaster. I think it's an absolute disaster for Rocky Mountain.
Well, that's what you've been saying.
That's a company that's fucked up.
I mean, that's the thing.
I'll go to the restroom.
Ms. Blick,
Yes.
I had a quick question. When we start these things, I normally write myself a note that the witness is sworn in, and I didn't write that note. Did we swear Mr. Rue in?
I believe so. Kim, can you verify that?
Yes, I'll look real fast, but I do remember because he moved his hand so I could see it in his truck. But sir, if you give me a minute.
I'm pretty sure he did.
It might be my mistake, but normally I write them down. I just want to make sure.
I will. Yes, I did swear him in.
Thank you.
Mr. Rue, why don't you go ahead and turn on your audio and video, please?
Hello.
Thank you. I don't think I ever introduced myself. I'm Carolyn Glick. I'm the presiding hearing examiner.
Nice to meet you, Karen.
Carolyn,
Carolyn, nice to meet you,
Yeah.
Carolyn.
you too. Kim, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Padilla, you may resume.
Okay, Mr. Rue, we were going through your statement, and I'm trying to follow your statement chronologically here, 1 through the end, 1 through 11. So we had talked about number 1, but in number 1, you said, I tried working with Ed Little to bring new hires in and give them at least 2 days of training, and I even developed a training book. Could you explain to us, please, what it is that you developed?
Basically, it was a training book that had from step 1 to step, I don't remember, I do not have the book in front of me, basically on showing them where the narcs are signed off, how to operate an ambulance, training on the gurney, days to show them where all the hospitals are, where the ER is, where the ICU is, stuff like that, just how to operate and how we operate. And that was totally turned down by Ed Little and said, nope, I just don't have time to train them. It costs me too much money. We just need to throw them on shift and let them work.
So did he object to the book that you
He did.
developed or to the training itself?
The training itself, that it cost him too much to take a person that he hired to put them at a third ride with us for 2 days. He wanted them operating a truck with someone else by themselves immediately.
So what'd you do with the book? Just throw it away?
No, I still have the book. I don't have it. They should still have it. I started it with Adrian Scott. Over the next couple of days, I made sure when he was on duty, I could show him some of this stuff. But I didn't get to show him a lot of it because he was on calls.
Okay. Paragraph number 2 of your statement, you say Rocky Mountain used what Ed Little called drivers, and you put drivers in quotes. And you say
Correct.
These drivers had no types of EMS training, CPR certifications, or ambulance training. Are you saying that everybody that drives a vehicle has to have EMS training and CPR certifications, things of that nature?
No. Per the PRC, a basic call or an ILS call, which is an EMT intermediate, can have a driver and that EMT basic in the back or that EMT intermediate in the back without having the second person EMS trained.
Okay, so
But
why did you make a point of saying what Ed Little called drivers and putting drivers in parentheses? What's the importance of that?
because they're supposed to have DOT physicals. None of them did. None of them took a drug test. None of them went to DOT and were able to drive an ambulance. They were just people he pulled off the street as a friend to go drive.
I understand that you have that in there, but you also say these drivers had no type of EMS training, CPR certifications, or ambulance training. Were you insisting
Yes.
that every driver have EMS
I
training,
am not.
CPR certification?
I am not insisting that. But on ALS calls, PRC states in their book that 2 EMTs have to be present on all ALS calls. And Ed did not follow that. He would send me with George driving, who had no experience in EMS, and I was adamantly had an argument with George. I'm like, George, we can't run this ALS call. This is a cardiac call. We have to have 2 EMTs. And Ed would do that all the time, and that's against PRC.
So are you saying you broke the law by complying with Mr. Little's
It's
wishes?
not a law. It's not a law. It's a recommendation from the PRC. But yes, I did that one time because I was put on a bus with George, and I told Ed we're not running ALS calls, and we got toned out to an ALS call. After that call, I told him this is not going to happen anymore. We have to follow PRC rules, and I did not do that again.
So is it your understanding that requirements set forth in PRC rules are simply recommendations?
No, they're recommendations that we have to follow, but I couldn't get Ed to follow any of them. I was stuck on that call, and afterwards I refused to do that call again. I go, I'm not putting myself in this position. We're done doing this on ALS calls.
I guess I'm confused about your insistence on using the word recommendations. Recommendations to me suggests that it's something that's not required.
The
Is this
PRC are required. I don't know what your recommendation is, but the PRC requires, I don't know if they're called laws, but we have to follow the PRC rules.
So would that be something then beyond recommendations?
I guess if that's what you're saying.
I'm asking what you're saying, not what I'm saying.
I'm not sure the difference between a recommendation and a rule for the PRC is. I'd have to look that up, but we did not follow the recommendations or rules from the PRC.
Is it your experience that the PRC makes recommendations?
I don't know. I can't answer that question, sir. I've answered this question 3 times now. If you keep asking it, we're going to take forever here. I don't know the difference between recommendation and rules. I
Gentlemen,
know we have to follow them.
Excuse me, the court reporter wants to say something.
gentlemen, please remember, try to do one at a time.
Okay.
It's a little choppy and hard for me to, especially with Zoom, make sure I'm hearing what each of you say.
Okay. Sorry, ma'am.
Thank you.
In paragraph 2, Mr. Rue, you said the drivers made routine pickups from various hospitals and did long distance transfers to hospitals. Are you saying that drivers acted on their own without having an EMT present in the ambulance as well?
No, that does not say that. There was always an EMT basic, intermediate, or paramedic on the rig joined with these drivers.
So what then is wrong with a driver making a routine pickup from various hospitals and then making a long distance transfer to another hospital?
Because a lot of those were ALS calls and they weren't supposed to be on that rig. It needed 2 EMTs.
And how do you
I fought
know,
with,
how did you know which calls were ALS calls and which calls were something other than ALS calls?
because the hospital will tell you if they're running a drip, if they're running a vent, if they're running some type of medication, that's an ALS call. If the patient just needs to transfer back home to a nursing home, that's a BLS call. They have an IV established, that's an intermediate or ALS call.
Did you do dispatching while you were working with Rocky Mountain?
I did.
Okay, and I take it then when the hospital calls in and they request a service, that the dispatcher is told what the requirements are. For example, if there's a drip needed or or medication needs to be provided, that type of thing, correct?
Correct. We do ask those questions.
So the information essentially comes from the hospital as to whether it's an ALS call or some other nature of call, correct?
Correct.
And then the dispatcher notifies whoever's going to make that run, correct?
Correct.
And does the dispatcher tell those people this is an ALS call in order to make sure that they have the appropriate equipment and medication on board?
Well, all the ambulances should be stocked with the appropriate equipment. And yes, I would send the ALS truck or the BLS truck for that call.
So there was a specific truck that was designated an ALS truck?
All of them were ALS trucks. He was certified to run ALS. They all have to be certified as ALS.
And how many trucks?
They all have. Sorry, sir, go ahead.
How many trucks were certified ALS when you were there?
I think all of them were.
How many is all? 10, 20?
Ed had many trucks not on site at different places that I never saw. So I couldn't answer that complete question off the top of my head. We ran 2 main trucks, 59, and I think 58. I wrote it in here, 57 and 59. Those were the 2 main trucks ran.
Okay. You're saying, if I understand you correctly, that in addition to being properly stocked with things like gauze, Band-Aids, that type of thing, that these trucks have to be stocked with medications, correct?
If they are an ALS certified vehicle, yes, they do.
Can an ALS certified vehicle perform a run that is something less than an ALS run?
Yes, it can.
Okay, so just a transfer, for example, let's say a hospital wants a stable patient to be picked up and transferred from a hospital to a rehab in the same city. That wouldn't require ALS, would it?
If you are certified as an ALS provider, all your vehicles have to be ALS equipped, no matter what the call is.
At all times, they have to carry these.
At all times. At all times.
And is there a regulation that you're aware of that says specifically what medications have to be carried?
It's in an orange book that the PRC provides to your ambulance providers.
Well, let me tell you that I've got the orange book, and there's a regulation that says 18.3.14.16. It's entitled medications. And it says an ambulance service shall adhere to the appropriate EMS scopes of practice for EMS personnel requiring approved medications, provided the medications are listed in the service's treatment guidelines or protocols and approved by the local physician medical director for use by the ambulance services. So doesn't that say that the director has to approve these medications?
Not the director, the medical director.
Okay, the medical
director.
Which
the state has ALS protocols that they put out that we follow that says what you need to carry. And that's in a different book, not that orange book. Whoops, sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
Rocky Mountain follows the state protocols put out by the state saying what you need to carry in medications to be an ALS provider.
So Rocky Mountain followed what the PRC says, or this what the state says?
You have to follow both. The state regulates the medications, the PRC regulates what in stock has to go on there. And that's why we have a pharmacy to get those medications from a pharmacy.
Okay, that rule goes on to say, in some cases, the medical direction committee may authorize special skills that allow unique medication not found in the scope of practice. In such
Correct.
cases, these medications are allowed on the vehicle for use by the authorized personnel as specified by the special skills approval letter provided by the EMS Medical Director Committee and the EMS Bureau. In all cases, medications shall only be administered under medical direction as specified in the scopes of practice and any special skills approval letters. Doesn't that mean, sir, that the administration of any of these types of medications require that the doctor who is sending that patient approve that medication and order that medication be used?
No, you're incorrect. Basically, every service has a medical director who says, we will follow the state protocol, and that's what Rocky Mountain followed. Special skills are something like rapid sequence intubation, which means you have to meet training. You have to take it to the medical board in Albuquerque that meets, I don't know how often they meet. You have to submit your special skill to them, show you have training for that special skill, and they approve the special skill. That's what a special skill is, which is RSI, ultrasound, chest tubes, stuff like that. That's not in the standard state protocol.
Okay, so then who controls the requirements for these medications? Is it the state of New Mexico or is
The
it the
state
PRC?
does. The state EMS board.
Okay,
Two different entities. The PRC controls the ambulance, how it operates, who's on it, what goes on. The state has state EMS protocols, standing protocols that we follow.
okay. In paragraph 2, you make some complaints about apparently Mr. Little's son and marijuana use. And then you go on to say, none of the drivers are in image trend, forcing the staff to leave the space meant for the driver blank. What's image
Correct.
trend?
Image Trend is the reporting software that we used at Rocky Mountain at that time. I couldn't answer what they use now. Basically, all our names are inputted in it, so you could click on your name and put you who was on that call. None of the drivers were put in Image Trend, so you couldn't click on them and say who was on that call. You had to leave it blank.
As the program director, wasn't it your responsibility to make sure that the software was up to date so that these reports could be properly filled out?
Usually, yes, but I did not control Image Trend. Rich did. Rich had power over Image Trend. I was not allowed to mess with it.
Did you complain about that?
I did.
To whom? To Rich? To Mr. Little?
Rick,
To-
I mean, to Ed Little. And he said, let Rich handle it. He handles all the reports.
Then you said, after saying that none of the drivers are an Image Trend and that space is left blank, you said, I think this is changed when, is that QA is performed?
Yes.
What's QA and QI?
Quality assessment, quality improvement. Rich would read the reports and then upload them into Infers, which basically the state tracks. I was not allowed to do that. That was all signed to Rich.
Okay, so Rich would add in the names at that point before the form was filed, correct?
I didn't see that he ever did. No, I did not know. I wasn't able to see that part of the software.
Well, then what do you mean when you say, I think this changed when QA is performed and the name is added by Rich?
Well, because we couldn't put the names in there and there has to be two people in every transport. So Rich, who controlled the software, had to put someone's name in there. You can't run a call with one person.
So he added a name.
I'm guessing he did. I never saw him add a name, but he was the only one controlling the software.
When you did your runs, were you the person who filled out the forms at the end of the run?
If I transported, yes, the person who transport does.
Okay, and did you always include the name of either the driver or the EMT that was with you on that particular run?
The EMTs were there, but none of the drivers were there. You couldn't add their name. You had to leave that space blank. So I don't know where it went once it went past me to Rich's office.
Were all of your runs done with EMTs, or did you do runs at times with drivers?
I did runs at times with drivers.
So you submitted an incomplete report at that point then?
To Rich, yes.
Did you have
Couldn't
the
add the
ability,
driver's name.
did you have the ability to simply type in the name as opposed to having it come from a drop-down box?
Only in the narrative, but not in the drop-down box, no.
So did you ever take the time to put that in the narrative?
I don't recall.
When you turned in these reports to Rich with a blank, did you tell him who the driver was and expect him to put the driver's name into that box?
No, because Rich wasn't always on duty. So he would go into the software later and look up that report to enter it into inference. I couldn't answer what he did after that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
I couldn't answer what he did after that, after we submitted them, uploaded them.
So then how could you personally be satisfied that a report that you prepared was submitted in complete and appropriate form?
I was not satisfied, but there was nothing I could do about it because Ed Little would not put the drivers' names in there because none of them had DOT physicals. So it was against PRC regulations. If he
Okay.
added those names in there, they would have to have DOT physicals.
Okay, and then
And
you
Ed's
say,
son, sorry, sir, go ahead.
if you're not finished, go ahead.
Nope, go ahead, I'm done.
Okay, so at the end of that sentence where you're saying, I think this has changed when QA performed and a name is added by Rich, you say who is the only person loading them to NFIRS. What is
Infers,
NFIRS?
National Fire Incident Recording System. That's where the state looks at all the runs and could see every run in the state. I think it means that National Fire Incident Recording System. I could be wrong though. Again, Rich had the only control to the reporting system to do that.
So it's your understanding, I take it then, that this National Fire Incident Reporting System is the system that the state requires ambulance services to report to, correct?
I think they do, yes, is how they get all their statistics and stats and run numbers and all that stuff from the whole state.
Okay, and then you have 4 drivers' names, but you only have last names for 2 of them. Did you ever work with the 2 that you didn't have last names for?
I worked with Fernando, but never Kyle, and I did not remember Fernando's last name.
Did you know it at any point in time?
Can't recall.
What about Kyle?
Can't recall. I never drove with Kyle to my recollection.
Did you drive with Bradley Little?
I did. I refused to after one time
Why was that?
because Bradley Little smelled like marijuana, and I told him he smelled like marijuana.
Okay. Do you know whether he had a medical marijuana card in the state of New Mexico?
Does not matter. You still have to pass a DOT physical to drive an ambulance. If you have a medical marijuana card, you cannot be an intermediate or an EMT in the state of New Mexico, and you cannot drive an ambulance.
And you know that how?
Because it's in the PRC regulations. You have to have a DOT physical. And when you recert for your national registry or even your state registry, that question is asked, are you addicted to marijuana or drug use? And if you put yes, you cannot get recertified.
Well, that's with regard to addiction to marijuana. What if you're using marijuana for a legal medical purpose?
Again, you cannot drive while you're using marijuana. It's DOT regulation. You can't drive while you're drinking. You can't drive while you're on drugs. Of any other drugs, you cannot drive while you're on marijuana or using marijuana.
Well, are you saying that you saw Bradley Little using marijuana while he was driving, or simply that he smelled of marijuana?
He smelt of marijuana. That is my personal, what do I want to say? When he got in the car with me, also, I had an interview with, which one was it? I have to read it.
I'm talking about your personal knowledge, sir, not what somebody else told you.
Yes, Bradley admitted to smoking marijuana. He got in my vehicle one day when we were going on a transport, and he smelled like marijuana. I told Ed that I refuse to drive with him anymore, and he has to be pulled off the driver's schedule. And to my satisfaction, Ed agreed with me, but I quit several weeks, I don't know, a month later, so I don't know what happened after that. I don't know if he's still driving with the company or not.
So if Bradley Little admitted to you to using marijuana, and he smelled of marijuana when he got in your vehicle, this one time or two times, however many it was.
One time.
Why did you not include that in your report, in your statement?
I don't know. I have to read that.
Well, your statement in paragraph 2 talks about somebody else telling you about Bradley Little, but I don't see anywhere that it talks about your personal experience with Bradley Little on the subject of marijuana. Is there any?
Must have left that out.
So that wasn't important enough in your mind to put in? Would that be correct?
No, I must have forgot. It was very important.
You say not one crew member is current with EVOC training.
Yes, I interviewed every crew member. When I started, I sat down with every crew member that I could to talk to them to see what needed to change or what could be upgraded in the company. And all of them answered no to that EVOC training.
Doesn't the PRC check for EVOC training when they do their inspection?
I can't answer what the PRC does for that. I don't know their regulations or how they check.
Were you current in your EVOC training?
I was.
So if everybody else was not current in their EVOC training, are you saying that the runs that you went on runs with people that you knew were not properly certified?
Yes, or the company would have been shut down then.
So for 7.5 weeks.
I went to Ed. I said, we need to get EVOC training. We need to get these people.
Just a minute, sir. I thought I saw the hearing examiner saying something, but I can't hear her.
I need to consult something with my husband. I'll just take a second. I'll put you on pause.
Thank you.
David.
Is this me, David?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. Proceed. Sorry about that.
Okay, so for 7.5 weeks, then every run that you did was with somebody that was not certified. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And how many runs would you estimate that you yourself performed during these 7.5 weeks with Rocky Mountain?
There's no way to answer that 2 years later. I worked full-time and ran runs. Could be 10, could be hundreds. I can't answer that question without having that in front of me.
You've already testified that in the month that you quit, that there had been, I think you said, close to 250 runs.
They ended the month of April with 250 runs.
Okay, and how many of those runs would you estimate that you were on?
0 to 100. There's no way to answer that 2 years later for a correct answer.
Well, it can't be 0, right? You went on at least one run, right?
1 to 100, sir.
Okay, number 4. For months before I arrived, they did not have any hands-free defib pads. How can you have any personal knowledge about what happened when you weren't there?
Because I asked George, hey, how long are these been not here and been expired? And he told me for months. Ed did not want to pay the money to order them because I think they're around $120 to $130 a set, and we needed 4 or 5 sets. And I explained to Ed, we have to have these. This is the only way we can shock a patient or pace a patient if we had to. And his return was, well, when does that happen? I'm like, we have to have these, Ed. It's a PRC recommendation. We're an ALS service. I got him to order them. Within a week, he ordered them, but it was a fight.
So you said they weren't there, and you just told me that you told George about that. Why would you tell George about it instead of telling Ed Little?
Because George did the ordering.
Okay, and in fact, at one point, you gave George a list of equipment and supplies that was needed, and George actually ordered them, did he not?
I think so, yes. With
Okay.
a fight to spend the money from Ed Little.
Were you there when Ed Little put up a fight?
I was there many a times when he yelled about the price of medications, the price of stock, the price of the defib pads. And he said, we're never going to use it. Why do we have to have it? I said, because we're a certified ALS ambulance from the PRC. We have to have this minimum stock.
So to your knowledge, you keep talking about this ALS certification, which is I understand that to be a higher level certification, correct?
Advanced life support, yes.
Okay, so to your knowledge, does the PRC have a regulation which is specific to advanced level transports as opposed to basic level transports, having a different?
Pretty sure they do. I'm positive they do. The state also has, the state EMS board says what an EMT basic, EMTI, or an ALS ambulance has to have on board.
Okay.
And does not matter if you're 911 or inter-facility, you're an ambulance and you have to meet the regulations for an ambulance.
So are you saying that simply because you have an ALS certification, that even if you do a basic run, you have to meet the ALS standards as far as the equipment and medications in the ambulance?
Yes, because the next run could be an ALS patient that you're running back to. It's not the person who certifies the ambulance. The ambulance itself, the company, was certified as advanced life support, means they have to meet the advanced life support from the state and the PRC.
Okay, getting back to paragraph 4, you said I ordered them within the first week. You had a disagreement with Ed about the cost and never using them, which you've already testified to. But you said in the end, he did order them, correct?
He did, yes.
And paid for them.
Correct.
And they were placed in the ambulances, correct?
Correct.
So as, at least as far as that aspect, the ambulances were in compliance with the hands-free defib pads, correct?
They were, once I got him in compliance.
How many ambulances did you get in compliance? Just the 2 you've been talking about, or were all of them in?
57 and 59 were the only 2 that were actually about, like I wrote, 90% PRC compliant. They still did not have radios in them to contact the hospital. They didn't have front radios or rear radios. And I know during an inspection before I got there, that was on the PRC list that Ed had to fix.
Okay, and when you say, you've mentioned a couple of times it's 90% compliant, and now you've said the radios. Is it the radios that make up the 10% non-compliance, or are there other things?
I'm sure there's other things, but I can't answer what that other 10% 2 years later were. They're not in this report.
Okay. Paragraph 5, you say, in every ambulance, they only carry 2 EPI 110,000. This is
Epi
not
1 in
enough-
10.
Excuse me?
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
This is not enough to run a code, and only 150 milligrams of amiodarone. This dose is not enough loading dose. So
Correct.
what are the epi pins used for?
Okay, cardiac epi 1 in 10,000 is used for a cardiac code, basically asystole, VTAC, VFib, when they're not breathing and there's no pulse. Basically, per ACLS, you give 1 amp every 5 to 10 minutes, and you run a code for about 40 minutes. We only carry 2, not enough to run a full code. Loading dose of amiodarone is 300 milligrams. Didn't even have enough dose to do that. And then it's 360 milligrams over the next 6 hours. We have to hang a drip. We had enough not to do that.
It sounds like these 2 medications that you're talking about in paragraph 5 are medications that are utilized in emergency situations, correct?
Cardiac arrest or amiodarone can be used in stable VTAC.
And what is that specifically?
It means they're in ventricular tachycardia, but they're awake, and we give them that medication to stop that rhythm.
So if you're doing a basic transport, you don't expect that that's going to occur during a basic transport, do you?
I think you're not understanding me, sir. Rocky Mountain was an ALS certified service. They had to have ALS certified on every ambulance, no matter what the transfer was.
I understand you, sir, and I understand what you've testified to multiple times, but I'm asking you, when you are dispatched for a basic transfer, do you have to have these medications?
Yes. You're an ALS service. You have to have them.
And is that required by the state of New Mexico or by the PRC?
The state of New Mexico EMS Bureau.
You say in paragraph 7, most of the units don't have front or rear radios to contact the hospitals. What do you mean most
Correct.
of the?
Some of the older units had radios that we weren't using. The first ones we were using, 57 and 59, had no rear radios to contact the hospitals to give them a report that we were coming in.
Do they have front radios?
Some of them did not either.
I'm talking about the two ambulances you just made
I
reference
don't
to.
remember which
57 and
ones did
59.
not have. I don't remember
Sorry, sir,
which ones did.
I
I know.
You're waiting at us because we're speaking over each other.
Yep.
You need to let me finish my questions.
I understand.
Okay, my question was, you were specifically making reference to unit 57 and 59. You said they didn't have rear radios. Did they have front radios?
Actually, I didn't make the reference to 57 or 59. I said most of the units don't have front or rear radios to contact the hospitals. I don't remember which units did not have rear radios or front radios 2 years later, but the main ones did not have rear radios. George and I discussed that many a times of him getting prices to get those placed in the ambulances, and Ed was against spending the money.
I understand that. You're saying that the main ones did not have the rear radios. My question is,
Correct.
did they have the front radios?
I do not remember.
Paragraph 8, you said Rocky Mountain EMS picks patients up in Santa Rosa, Albuquerque, and Las Vegas, New Mexico. They are not licensed in those counties, nor do they have any mutual aid contracts with those counties. To your knowledge, is Santa Rosa a county or is that a village?
Well, Santa Rosa, I think it's a city. I'm not sure. I don't know what county they're in off the top of my head right now. But I asked Ed, I said, Ed, do we have these county regulations to pick people up in all these counties? And he said, no, we just do what we want. We're just going to do it.
And how
I
many
know
runs-
we were certified. Go ahead,
How
sir.
many runs did you make where you picked people up in Santa Rosa?
I don't recall.
Did you make any runs where you picked people up in Santa Rosa?
I did.
Did you ever make any runs where you picked people up in Albuquerque?
No, I did not.
Did you ever make any runs where you picked people up in Las Vegas,
I did.
knowing that there was no authority? Would that be correct?
Correct. It was do it or get fired.
Okay. Number 9, you say they transfer patients out of state from various places within New Mexico, and Ed Little has the crews handwrite the patient's reports, so they won't be uploaded into NFIRS, and they won't be a record in Image Trend. We've already talked about NFIRS and Image Trend, and then you go on to say, most recent transfer that I know about is a transfer from ABQ, which would be Albuquerque, to Fort Collins, Colorado. Are in making reference to these transports that ultimately end up with a patient being taken out of state, are you saying it's illegal for an ambulance service in Mexico to transport a patient from within the state to out of the state?
Not with the proper certification. And when I asked Ed Little if he had the certifications transfer out of state, he said no. That's why we were doing paper reports, so it wasn't reported in INFIRS or an Image Trend, so the state couldn't track those.
And who requires that certification? Is that the PRC?
I'm not sure about that. I couldn't answer that question.
When you say the proper certification, what are you talking about?
You have to have a interstate certification to transfer out of state. And Ed didn't have that. He told me he didn't have it. And he said, who's going to find out? I'm like, okay.
Okay. Paragraph 10, you're talking about people not getting paid overtime and the way that they're paid. That doesn't have anything to do with it. There's nothing in paragraph 10 at all that has to do with patient transport or patient safety, does it? Is there?
Well, patient safety, of course, because they weren't stocked and properly equipped to do that transfer. But no, that was just a general unethical statement of the morality of Ed Little.
Well, where does paragraph 10 talk about stocking? That paragraph 10, the way I read it, is talking about salaries of employees.
Correct. So basically he was violating, I forget which state rule it is, that you're allowed to place sleep time between, I think it's 8 or 10 and 8, and you can look this up. And he would only pay the employees on that call. But if you get interrupted out of any of that sleep time, you're supposed to pay them for the whole 8 hours, which he was not. I think some of the paramedics turned him into whoever handles the payroll for the state.
And was he turned in during the time period that you were there, or is that since you were there?
I can't answer that question. I just know some of the paramedics turned him in.
How did you come to know that information?
Because they told me.
When were you told that?
Sometime right after quitting. A couple of paramedics called me because they were upset I quit and told me what they were going to do and what they did. And I don't remember their names.
And finally, number 11, well, getting back to number 10, none of that has to do with patient safety, does it? Or patient transport?
No, it does not.
Okay, and number 11, you're saying several trucks have no seat belts for the paramedic's chair that's behind the patient. When you say several
Correct.
trucks, how many are you talking about?
More than 2?
Okay, the trucks that you apparently or appear to have specific knowledge about are 57 and 59. Do those have
I
the
couldn't
seat belts?
answer. I couldn't answer which one don't. It's 2 years later. I don't remember. But a lot of those paramedic chairs did not have seat belts. They were just missing.
Okay.
Oh,
And that would fall under patient safety and paramedic EMTI safety.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because this is my impression or my interpretation, but in talking to you and the way that you've been discussing Mr. Little and making reference to things that he did or said, it seems to me that you have a certain amount of anger or possibly animosity towards Mr. Little. Do you?
Not at all. No. I have a passion for safety and treating and taking care of patients, which was not performed at Rocky Mountain EMS.
And how would you characterize that passion? Is it a really strong feeling that you have?
No, I would describe it as my duty to act as a paramedic. We become paramedics, EMTs, nurses to take care of people. And when a place doesn't provide us with the proper equipment, of course we take that personally. So
by that standard, then, didn't you have a duty as a paramedic with the concerns that you have not to have made any of the runs that in your testimony here you've admitted making with people who aren't certified?
if I wanted to get fired, yes. Everyone felt the same way. Everyone I spoke to was so afraid to run on these calls because of what was happening. That's why I quit. I couldn't make the changes needed, so I left the company because I didn't want to lose my license.
But for 7.5 weeks, you engaged in illegal activity because you didn't want to get fired, correct?
I was making them better in those 7.5 weeks. I had a list I completed. I made the company better. I increased their runs. I got stock. I got training put in place, and all being fought against by Ed Little because of the cost. I finally had it. I was done. I had to quit. I could not put my safety, the patient's safety, or my partner's safety at risk.
Isn't it a fact, sir, that on the day that you quit, you had a big fight with Mr. Little?
I wouldn't say it was a fight. It was a discussion.
Were voices raised?
Yes.
And during that discussion, as you put it, did Mr. Little raise the possibility that he was perhaps considering terminating your employment?
No, not at all. I walked out on him during a meeting and told him I quit.
During would it be fair to say during a somewhat heated meeting?
A lot of our meetings were heated because I wanted to have safety and patient care, and Ed wanted something completely different.
So would it be fair to say that the discussion, as you say, was significant enough that it made you upset to the point where you quit?
I wouldn't say upset. It made me more disgusted on what was happening with the company, that I was putting myself, patient safety, and everyone else at risk. And after 7.5 weeks of trying to change it and trying to get him to meet PRC, I was done with it. There was not going to be a change in this company.
And then do I understand at that point in time, you went immediately to the PRC?
Not immediately, no, a few days later, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Rue, I have some follow-up questions for you.
Okay.
They may be kind of haphazard because I was just kind of writing them down all over the place as they came to me. When you refer to trucks, are you referring to ambulances?
Yes, I am.
When you refer to units, are you referring to ambulances?
Yes, I am.
Did Mr. Little hire you to make change? Did he tell you he was hiring you to make changes to try to make the company come into compliance?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever ask him, given that that's why he hired you, why he didn't agree with some of the things that you thought needed to be done to come into compliance?
It all came down to money. Every argument we had was about money. He couldn't afford to do this. He couldn't afford to buy stock. He couldn't afford to put tires on. He couldn't afford to do this.
Okay. You referred to a George Smith. Who was he?
I think his title was executive officer. He was basically his right-hand man. He handled all the ordering, all the certifications, all that stuff.
Okay. And you list him as a driver, is that correct?
Yes, he also drove for the company when we didn't have a driver.
Okay. Was he an EMT?
He was not.
Was he a paramedic?
No, he was no EMS certification.
You also referred to someone named Rich. What was Rich's last name? Do you know?
I don't remember. He was the operations manager and a paramedic for the company, but I can't remember his last name.
The persons listed at the bottom of page 1 of your statement under drivers' names, were they only hired as drivers?
To my knowledge, yes. Except
Okay.
for George, because George did the other, the executive officer.
Was the person that you name as Kyle, was he driving during the period of time that you worked at Rocky Mountain EMS?
He was.
Mr. Padilla was asking you about NFIRS.
Infers.
Do you know, is the staff investigator, James Martinez, he refers in his testimony to something called NMEM stars. Do you know whether that is the same as what you refer to as NFIRS?
To my knowledge, I don't think it is the same, but I'm not positive.
Okay. I think you said that there's a regulation that requires that an ALS ambulance either have, I'm not going to pronounce this right, aminodarone.
Amiodarone.
Okay, or lidocaine.
Yes, it has to have an anti-dysrhythmic, and that is New Mexico EMS Bureau states what you have to carry for the medications.
So can it be either of those medications?
It can be.
Okay, so you said that the ambulances didn't have enough of can you pronounce that for me again?
Amiodarone,
Okay, did they have the lidocaine?
not enough either. Not for that, not for an anti-dysrhythmic.
Okay, and in connection with that, you said the dose of I'm sorry, I'm going to pronounce it wrong again, amiodarone was not enough for the loading dose. What is a loading dose?
300 milligrams.
And what does that mean, loading dose?
Well, basically, amiodarone for an unconscious VTAC or VFib, you would push that amount. And once you got a conversion, you would hang a drip then. If you didn't get a conversion, you could push it again, but we didn't even have enough to push that again.
Okay. And then with respect to the EpiPens, you said this is not enough to run a code. What is a code?
Cardiac arrest. So when
Okay.
you're in cardiac arrest, you would give that 1 amp of Epi 1 in 10,000 every 5 to 10 minutes, and you'd work a code for 30 to 40 minutes. We only carried 2 of them. We didn't have enough to even work a full cardiac arrest.
Okay. And then in paragraph 6, you say ambulances are operated with little or no stock just to make calls, just to make the calls. What are you referring to when you refer to stock?
Bandages, backboards, all the standard stuff that an ambulance needs, we would be lacking in a lot of that stuff.
Okay. How many ambulances did Rocky Mountain EMS have at the time you worked there?
I can't answer that question exactly. Usually there was 4 sitting out, but Ed had some at his son's house, at his house, at the mechanic's house that I never saw. So I don't know how many we had to my regulation off the top of my head, but usually 3 or 4 sitting out in the parking lot. Only 2 were actually operated usually.
And those 2, were they units 57 and 59?
Correct.
So in paragraph 6, you state that you were able to get units 57 and 59 up to 90% PRC compliant. What about the other 2 ambulances?
They were not even close to PRC compliant then. We had to take stock off of those ambulances just to put stock on these ambulances to get them up to regulation or very close to it.
Okay, now I'm going to follow up on some questions that Mr. Padilla asked you regarding Rocky Mountain EMS providing ALS or advanced level services.
Okay.
There is a commission rule 18.3.14.19, and section A says, an ambulance service shall meet the following additional requirements before it provides any advanced level treatments or procedures, including special skills. While you were there, did Rocky Mountain EMS provide any advanced level treatments or procedures?
Yes, not special skills, but ALS skills, yes.
And what were those? You just give me some examples.
I gave narcotics to patients, which is an ALS or ILS with a special skill. I started IVs on patients. I gave medications to patients ALS level. I can't remember exactly which ones 2 years ago, but I did perform ALS level of care.
Okay. That regulation further states under A1, if an ambulance service represents itself or labels its vehicles as a provider of service at any level above EMT basic, then it goes on. My question to you is, did Rocky Mountain EMS represent itself as a provider of service at any level above EMT basic?
I do not remember if it was on the ambulances, if it said advanced life support. I think one did. I don't remember which one that was, but we ran paramedics. So yes, we presented ourselves as an ALS service to all the hospitals because we ran paramedics.
Okay. So if you're a provider of service at just the EMT basic level, is there any need for a paramedic?
No, there's not, because you would not be taking advanced life support calls. You'd only be taking EMT basic calls, and you would have to meet what the PRC and the state regulation was for the EMT basic ambulance to be certified as that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Mr. Borman, you have 10 minutes for any redirect.
Thank you. And thank you for showing Mr. Rue really is helpful for us. I just have a few questions.
Okay, sir.
Well, first of all, I think you were asked by both, you raised the name Rich in regard to questions from Mr. Padilla, and you were asked about that by the hearing examiner. Could that Rich have been Rich Erskine?
I object.
Yes, I think it was.
Objection. The question is suggesting an answer to a witness that he has previously said he does not remember. Mr. Borman is therefore in effect testifying in this particular matter. The question should not be allowed.
Mr. Borman?
I'm just trying to clarify the record here, that's all. But I can withdraw the question.
Okay, the question and answer are stricken.
So in response to a question from Mr. Padilla, you mentioned an incident where a patient was dropped. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That was an incident that happened at or with Rocky Mountain?
Yes, it happened at St. Vincent Hospital.
Do you know who the Rocky Mountain personnel who were involved in that incident were?
Bradley Little and Fernando. Wait, no, it was not Fernando. Sorry. I think I have his name written down. He was an EMT basic.
I'm going to object to this witness testifying with regard to information that is clearly hearsay, and there have been other witnesses in this particular matter who can more appropriately identify people, particularly I'm assuming James Martinez is going to be asked questions. This is an incident, if Mr. Borman is talking about the incident that happened in January of 2018, that happened more than a year before this witness was even hired by Rocky Mountain EMS. And so obviously it's hearsay, and I'm going to object and ask that the question and answer be stricken.
Mr. Borman?
Yeah, this is information that he talked about an incident that he knew about. And this was in response to a question from Mr. Padilla. I just wanted to explore what he knew about it.
And then
Over,
my concern is whether or not he has personal knowledge. And obviously he cannot have personal knowledge of something that happened more than a year before he became employed.
okay. Overruled. Mr. Rue, if you know the name of the other person, you can say it. If you don't know or you're not sure, don't say it.
You know what? I don't remember the other person's name off the top of my head. I did not write it down here, but I know he was an EMT basic.
Thank you. And then finally, my last question. You had at several times during the discussion you had with Mr. Padilla, you kind of contrasted requirements of, I guess, what I would call the state, quote unquote, and requirements of the PRC. And when you referred to the state, were you referring to the EMS Bureau?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, Mr. Padilla, you have 10 minutes for any follow-up to my questions or Mr. Borman's redirect.
Okay, Mr. Rue, you were asked by the hearing examiner whether at any point you were involved in providing ALS treatment, and you said yes. And then you gave an example that you had given narcotics, I believe, and that you had started a drip on somebody.
Correct. It was 2 years ago. I know I did a lot of patient care, and it did involve ALS.
Okay, and when you did this ALS, you've testified that Mr. Little didn't have the appropriate narcotics or drugs because of cost, and they didn't have appropriate equipment because of cost. Where did you get the narcotics, for example, that you administered to somebody?
Well, I said he didn't have a lot of the appropriate equipment. Some equipment he did have, and what I performed at ALS at that time, he had the appropriate equipment.
So then would it be fair to conclude that at least for the runs that you did where ALS treatment was necessary, the ambulance that you were in was properly stocked with the medications and materials that were needed for you to properly treat that patient?
The ambulance was properly stocked for what I needed at that time, but they were not properly stocked at all. I get to have half the equipment I need and the other half I don't. And at that time I need this, and I had that.
So did you just get lucky that you happen to have a particular type of narcotic available in that particular unit at that point in time?
I did.
And this happened more than once?
Happened on several calls that I was ALS.
And in each and every one of those calls, you did have the proper equipment and medication that you needed, correct?
I did at that time because I wasn't running a code or a cardiac arrest or an MI or a stroke or anything like that. I was simply treating narcotics or IVs or something like that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rue. You're excused.
Thank you. Have a good
Enjoy
day.
your
Thanks for
fishing
everything.
trip.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Borman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Staff calls James Martinez.
Before we move on to James Martinez, I'm assuming that means that we're not going to be hearing from Mario Monet and Luis Villegas, and the reason I ask is because Mr. Borman said you asked him to provide you with the order of witnesses, and his order of witnesses was Paula Johnson, followed by Mario Monet, Luis Villegas, Ed Rue, and then James Martinez and Vince Crispin. You've already excused Mr. Crispin, and we went from Paula Johnson to Ed Rue. So I'm assuming we don't have to be concerned with Mr. Monet and Mr. Villegas anymore. Would that be correct?
I can say that Mr. Martinez is our last witness.
That's fine with me. Thank you.
Kim, will you please swear in Mr. Martinez?
Yes, ma'am. Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I'm sorry, sir?
Yes.
Can I get you to speak up, please?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Martinez.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bourne.
Okay. By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed with the state of New Mexico with New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, the Division of Transportation Division under the Investigative Bureau.
As part of your duties in that position, did you perform an investigation or multiple investigations regarding Rocky Mountain EMS that is the subject of today's hearing?
Yes.
And as part of that investigation, did you prepare a report that has been attached to staff's revised petition and exhibits, staff exhibit 6?
Yes.
Okay. Is that report a true and correct copy of that report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is attached to staff exhibit 6, which if I think that's, let's see if I can find it here since I have too many windows open. I believe that is staff's revised petition, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Hearing Examiner, I would move admission of staff exhibit 6.
Is there any objection?
I'm going to object to the extent that the exhibit itself is incomplete. It's my understanding that Mr. Borman anticipates that this witness is going to testify with regard to certain video. The hearing examiner has already excluded from this particular exhibit photographs that were grabs from that video. When this exhibit was uploaded, it does not include any video. When the original exhibit before revision was filed with the PRC back on October 4th of 2019, it did not include video. In the deposition of Mr. Martinez, he testified that he did not believe that the commission, when it considered the petition, the original petition in the first place, was ever presented with any video. And so this exhibit itself is incomplete. And if the exhibit is admitted into evidence, then my objection is that there can be no questions asked with regard to video as to how that video pertains to this exhibit, because the video is not uploaded as an exhibit in this particular matter. And it's never been attached in any way whatsoever to any version of this exhibit.
Mr. Borman?
Well, you know, I'm trying to follow the logic of Mr. Padilla's objection. I'm not sure what it is, but I think, as I recall from the superseding procedural order, the hearing examiner has kind of laid out a process or a directive as to how we should follow going through these things. And so staff exhibit 6 was prepared pursuant to those directions. You know, I'll be frank, I'm not sure if we're going to be moving the exhibit or, you know, showing the videos or not and moving those into evidence. They may not be necessary in this case. But regardless, I don't think the videos are necessary in order to get Staff Exhibit 6 into evidence.
Okay, I'm overruling the objection. I am admitting Staff Exhibit 6. I do remind you, Mr. Borman, of paragraph O of my superseding procedural order, which states that if you do intend to rely on the cell phone videos, you shall do it when you initially present Investigator Martinez as a witness before he's made available for cross-examination.
Yes, I understand that. And, you know, I was trying to figure out, to be frank, I was trying to figure out exactly how to do that, you know, logistically. And that's one of the reasons why I may wind up not introducing them.
Okay.
But we can move on, at least for now. And then when we get to the end of admitting the other exhibits, I guess we'll figure out what path to pursue regarding the videos. Mr. Martinez, did you also prepare an affidavit and report dated October 15th, 2019 and marked as Staff Exhibit 7 in this case?
Let me see if I,
Sir, can I get you to speak up, please?
let me see if I can look at this real quick. Exhibit 7.
Yes.
Is that my,
I'm not hearing him, and I got my speaker on full blast. I got external speakers too.
Mr. Martinez, can you either increase the volume of your microphone or speak closer to that microphone?
yeah, can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay, are you talking about my compliance review report? Is that what you're talking about?
What I am talking about, I'm trying to pull it up here. I've got too many windows open, so.
Madam Examiner, doesn't the witness have these reports available to him? You ought to be able to take a look at it and say if that, and answer Mr. Borman's questions relatively simply if he's got the exhibits available. And if he doesn't,
So he's got,
cross-examine him.
he's got, it is Transportation Division staff's notice of, I'm trying to read this, filing of updated investigation pursuant to commission order. It's dated October 15th, and it is a pleading that is accompanied by an affidavit of James Martinez and follows with a whole bunch of documents attached to it. Do you have that document, Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so is Staff Exhibit 7 a true and correct copy of your affidavit and report in that case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, I would move admission of Staff Exhibit 7.
Is there any objection? Staff Exhibit 7 is admitted.
Mr. Martinez, did you also prepare a supporting supplemental report and affidavit dated February 20th, 2020 and marked as Staff Exhibit 9 in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Is Staff Exhibit 9 a true and correct copy of that supporting supplemental report and affidavit?
Yes.
At this time, I would move admission of Staff Exhibit 9.
Is there any objection?
I would object to the extent that the affidavit talks about supplemental investigative reports, plural, and then it is specific as to a report of May 23, which I believe is exhibit number 10. But to the extent that it's intended to support other investigative reports, here today, I would simply object to that aspect of the affidavit. Unless Mr. Borman has these other reports, or they're going to be relied on.
Well, I'm not sure which other reports you're referring to, but I'm planning to move a handful of other exhibits that were all identified in the and uploaded onto the Dropbox.
And I understand what's in the Dropbox, Ms. Hearing Examiner. The only thing that concerns me is this affidavit starts out saying, on Thursday, February 2020, I turned in supplemental investigative reports, plural. And it does specifically, as I said, make reference to the May 23 report, but if he turned in more than one report, and this is intended to verify more than one report, if it's not here, then I want it made clear that this affidavit is only verifying the specific report, which I understand will be Exhibit 10.
Well, this particular exhibit only identifies that particular supplemental investigative report.
Okay, so
understand.
go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
I was just going to say, based on what Mr. Borman just says, it appears to me that this is only intended to be the supporting affidavit for what will be Exhibit 10. And if that's all it is, then I don't have any objection.
Okay, with that understanding, staff Exhibit 9 is admitted.
Thank you. And Mr. Martinez, did you also prepare a memorandum to Bureau Chief Fidel Archuleta dated May 23rd, 2019, and marked as Staff Exhibit 10 in this case?
Yes,
Okay. Is Staff Exhibit 10 a true and correct copy of that memorandum?
it's an investigative report, but yes.
Okay. At this time, I would move admission of Staff Exhibit 10.
Is there any objection?
I object on the basis that this particular report is incomplete. And by that, I mean, if in going through the report, it makes reference to Exhibit A, B, C, D, E, and F, but all I've got is a 4-page report that does not include any exhibits. Furthermore, the report has some, a portion of the report pertains to Mr. Martinez's investigation that involved Luis Villegas, who we were just told is not going to appear as a witness in this case. So I don't think it's appropriate to have this particular document admitted to support anything that Luis Villegas may have stated, since he has chosen not to appear, and pursuant to your ruling, his statement his affidavit or his statement, whatever it was, wouldn't be included. So his statements to Mr. Martinez, I would respectfully submit, should not be included at all. But I don't know what these exhibits are, to tell you the truth.
Okay, so Mr. Borman, first, could you address these references to exhibits and why they are not included with this report?
I do not have copies of these exhibits. And so I do not know what exhibits are. As far as Mr. Villegas is concerned, I mean, I actually agree with Mr. Padilla that any references to what Mr. Villegas would say should probably be deleted from this report.
I'm just going to ask a question of you, Mr. Martinez. Do you know why these, let me go back. Were there at one time exhibits attached to this report?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Yes, I believe that when I've been looking at the testimony, and I know the photographs that were shown to Mrs. Johnson, that was one of my exhibits on this report. So the photographs of her fall was part of this exhibit.
You know what? I think we could remove this exhibit. We could withdraw this exhibit.
Okay, yeah, I was going to grant Mr. Padilla's motion.
Yeah,
Okay,
this is, so I just want to make sure I got, this is staff exhibit 13. Okay.
no, this was staff exhibit 10, I think.
I think it's, I thought 10 was admitted, was it not?
9 was admitted, and 9 is actually
Okay.
the affidavit that supports 10. So if
Okay.
we're not gonna have 10, then we don't have a need for the affidavit.
So are you saying, Mr. Padilla, that if 10 is not admitted, then 9 should not be admitted?
Well, as I understand it, 9 is the supporting affidavit, which is used in connection with number 10. So the two go together.
Okay. So it appears to me, and I'm going through this because I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong exhibit and I just have my, it appears to me that these exhibits at least include to some degree the videos and other exhibits that were discussed. You know what, I think we'll remove 9 and 10.
Okay.
So let's see.
Okay, so I just want to make this clear for the record that my previous admission of exhibit 9 is rescinded. Staff has withdrawn exhibits 9 and 10.
And at this time, let's see. Mr. Martinez, do you have a copy of staff exhibit 14?
Yes,
I think it's been identified as the Paula Johnson patient report.
yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what is that document?
So what this document is, sir, is it's a patient care report that is, it is a patient care report that was filled out by Rocky Mountain EMS.
Mhm.
And what they do is whenever they do an interfacility transport, regardless of what ambulance service, specifically it was Rocky Mountain, they filled this patient care report and they entered into a database and it's called NEMSTARS. And the NEMSTARS, it's a database that is provided by the EMS Bureau. And it's provided to, just to get some data on how many patient care reports or any 911 calls that are any ambulance service are responding to or transporting. So this,
Okay. So how did you obtain this document?
so since I work closely with New Mexico EMS Bureau, the New Mexico Department of Health EMS Bureau, they have allowed me, since I'm an investigator for the Public Regulation Commission, they have allowed me access to get into this database. So when I got this, the reason I got this is because I was doing an investigation because I received a call from, well, actually, what happened is it was an investigation that I was conducting. I was going to the St. Vincent's Hospital to look at some videos. And I believe that was at the beginning of February of 2019. And when I was there, one of their security security personnel had advised me, and I had been there at that office because I was conducting an investigation on Rocky Mountain EMS. He had
Madam
advised
Attorney
me-
Examiner, I hesitate to interrupt this witness, but it's my understanding that what we're doing at this point in time is we're making determinations as to whether certain exhibits should be admitted into evidence. And you have previously ruled that there be no testimony, independent testimony with regard to those exhibits. And that's essentially what the witness is doing at this point, is testifying even before an exhibit is admitted. So I'm not sure whether Mr. Borman is proposing to introduce exhibit number 12 or what he's proposing at this point.
It's exhibit number 14, and I am trying to establish a foundation for introducing this exhibit. I know that the hearing examiner, I believe, has previously ruled that if we have the HIPAA authorization from Ms. Johnson, that we could introduce this. So, and that HIPAA authorization has already been sent to the parties. So I'm just trying to make sure that we can get this document admitted into the record.
I can't hear you.
I understand, Mr. Borman, you're laying a foundation, but let's just say before you go any further with that, Mr. Padilla, do you have any objection to admission of staff exhibit 14?
It's just a run report pertaining to Ms. Johnson. No, I have no objection.
Okay, staff exhibit 14 is admitted.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, do you have a copy, Mr. Martinez, do you have a copy of staff exhibit 18?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that's Transportation Division staff's verified statement regarding requested sanctions.
Yes,
And attached to that is a verification of the Transportation Division Director. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. Now, were you involved in the discussions as to regarding the recommendation about the staff's proposed sanctions for Rocky Mountain?
I'm going to object to this testimony at this point in time, and I'm going to object to the exhibit itself. The exhibit is an exhibit that was signed by Jason Montoya, and it was specifically ordered to be prepared. And I'm not sure I can't recollect whether the specific order involved having it prepared by Mr. Montoya, but it was not prepared by this particular witness, and Mr. Montoya is not on the witness list in this particular matter. And Mr. Borman has already advised the hearing examiner that his last witness is Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez cannot testify as to a document that pertains to somebody else, and therefore I object to any testimony and to the introduction of this particular exhibit, number 18.
Mr. Borman?
Yeah, first of all, the document was actually signed by me with a verification by the Transportation Division Director. Second, this document is being presented, as I understand it, at the direction of the hearing examiner in this case. As I understood it, to make sure that in the record, some statement of staff as to what staff's recommendation is coming out of this case. So that's why we are seeking to introduce it at this time.
Okay, I'm going to grant Mr. Padilla's objection and not admit this. And the reason is paragraph L of my superseding procedural order states in part, no statement, report, complaint, or affidavit shall be admitted into evidence at the April 12, 2021 hearing if the person who made the statement, report, complaint, or affidavit is not available to be cross-examined at the hearing. And Mr. Montoya is the individual who signed the affirmation. And he is not available to be cross-examined and was not on your witness list.
Understood. Thank you. Then I have no further questions for this witness.
So, Madam Hearing Examiner, just to summarize then, the exhibits that I'm allowed to cross-examine on today are exhibits number 6, which is the revised petition from October 4th, 2019. Exhibit 7, which is the updated investigative report of October 15. And
14.
14, which is the run report. I think those are the only 3. I just want to be clear in my mind if that's it, Your Honor.
That's correct.
Okay.
And let's go ahead and take a break because we're going to have to take 2 breaks this afternoon. Let's go ahead and take a break now before you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Padilla, and let's come back at 1:55.
Thank you.
Kim, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. Padilla, you have 2 hours for cross-examination.
All right, Mr. Martinez, how are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Padilla. Good, thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Martinez, there's basically 2 reports that I'm going to be questioning you about here today. The original that you prepared back on February 10th of 2019, and then a supplemental report that you submitted to the PRC pursuant to their instructions on October 15th, and finally a run report pertaining to Paula Johnson that you obtained. Did you say you got that from the EMS Bureau, or did you get that from NM Stars?
NM Stars, sir.
Okay. Let's start with these reports. Are these reports that we're talking about investigative reports, or are they inspection reports?
Okay, so on Exhibit 6, what I'm looking at,
Yes, sir.
There's 2 reports that are included in that exhibit. It's an investigative report and an inspection report.
Okay, so would you explain to us, please, the difference between an investigative report and an inspection report?
An investigative report is if there's an investigation conducted, I have to write an investigative report. An inspection report is an inspection that when I go out to the ambulance service, I inspect certain things of the ambulance service, meaning driver files, ambulances, maintenance files, etc.
So would it be fair to say that an inspection report is a somewhat less formal type of inspection than if you're doing an actual investigation?
Yes.
Okay, the inspection report, if I understand it correctly, is every year you're required to inspect every particular ambulance service that is certified in the state of New Mexico, right?
Yes, by the Ambulance Act of the state of New Mexico, I'm required to do an annual inspection of every ambulance service that has a certification with the Public Regulation Commission.
Okay, and there's quite a number of ambulance services that are certified in the state of New Mexico, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're pretty much the only investigator who performs these inspections, correct?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that typically with regard to each of these ambulance services, you only inspect them one time per year?
Yes, sir.
The only reason that you would have to focus on any ambulance service other than that once a year would be if you're doing an investigation concerning that ambulance service, correct?
Correct.
And if you are inspecting a larger ambulance service, let's say, for example, Albuquerque Ambulance, which has maybe 100 or more employees and has probably 60 vehicles, you don't inspect every vehicle and the file of every employee, do you?
It all depends. So what I do is I do a random check. Yeah, since it's myself and there is, like, again, Albuquerque Fire and Rescue, yes, I do a random check on ambulance services, correct.
Okay, so when you say random check, to put this in perspective, if you have an entity like Albuquerque Fire or Albuquerque Ambulance or somebody where they have a lot of vehicles and a lot of employees, you just check a random sampling of those vehicles and a random sampling of the employees, right?
Correct.
And you have a form that you use to do these inspections, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so for example, with employees, your form has a pre-printed space that deals with only 6 employees, right?
Correct.
And so typically, even if Albuquerque Ambulance or Albuquerque Fire Department or Santa Fe Fire Department, if they have 50 or 100 people, you're just going to be looking at 6 different employee files, right?
Not necessarily that form, that first form or the first page. It will have 6. But if, for instance, if it's a big entity, meaning ambulance service, I will add more. So you can't just be, if there's 300 employees, when I do a random, I just don't do 6. I'll do 50 up to 100, depending. I won't do every driver file.
So you would do those at one location, or do you do that cumulative amount if that particular ambulance service has more than one location?
So what I do, sir, is I go to the location, specifically what ambulance service, if they indicate that their files, meaning driver files and maintenance files, I will go to that place of the office that has those files. And then if they have subunits, I will go to these subunit, meaning stations where they station ambulances at these locations as well. So for instance, if they have a main office, for example, let's talk about AFR, Albuquerque Fire and Rescue. They have a certain area where they have their office, where they have all their files, meaning driver files, all the personnel files, and then they have substations throughout the city. So I'll go out to those substations to look at ambulances, meaning if they have 2, I'll check 1. Again, it's a random inspection.
And typically, when you're going to go do your inspections as opposed to investigations, you will call the ambulance service and tell them, look, I'm planning on being there next Friday. Have your ambulances ready, have your records ready, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is that the case when you're doing an investigation? Do you call them and tell them you're coming out to investigate, or do you just show up?
No, sir, I show up.
Okay. And with the investigations, would it be fair to say that you are more thorough in your review? For example, if you were doing an investigation with a large entity, you would probably review more employee files and look at more ambulances.
I will look at, depending on the investigation, but to do an investigation, a complete, accurate investigation, I would look at every file, meaning driver file, maintenance file. I would do a complete investigation on that ambulance service.
Okay, and your initial report in this matter, it's dated February 10th of 2019, correct?
Correct.
And that's a 9-page report, right?
Yes.
And that's an investigation that you began on September 7th of 2018?
Correct.
And you completed that investigation around February 4th of 2019 and actually completed your report on February 10, 2019, correct?
Correct.
And you submitted your report, your complete report on February 10, 2019, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now this investigation that we're talking about, that's the subject of a complaint or a petition that was filed on October 4th of 2019, correct?
Could you ask the question again, please?
The petition that we're here on, there was a petition to the commission to suspend the operating authority of Rocky Mountain, and that was filed on October 4th of 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but that was based on the report that you turned in on February the 10th of 2018, about 8 months before, right?
Correct.
Okay, and during those 8 months.
Excuse me, Mr. Padilla, I think you meant to say, you said based on his report of February 10, 2018. Did you mean to say based on his report of February 10, 2019?
You're correct. I misspoke. I did mean to say 2019.
Thank you.
So the petition was filed almost 8 months after you did the report, right?
Yes,
And during the interim, during the period between February 10th of 2019 and October 10th of 2019, what did you do with this report?
so the process is, Mr. Padilla, is the minute I finish my investigative report, I turn it in to my bureau chief, and then it is then taken to our legal staff. And from there, they enter and do whatever they have to do. I can't speak for what happened after that. It was entered at that time.
So would you say essentially, would it be fair to say that essentially your portion of the matter was completed as of February 10th of 2019?
Yes, sir.
Now, this particular report or this particular investigation started as a result of an anonymous complaint, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you received an anonymous call on September 7th of 2018, correct?
correct.
Okay, and after that, you received probably more than a dozen more calls from this same anonymous caller, right?
Right, correct.
And so your investigation, as I understand it, took place between September 7 of 2018, the first anonymous call, and February the 4th of 2019, which is the last entry in your report, right?
Yes,
Okay. And did you ever obtain the identity of the person who was the anonymous caller?
yes,
You did get his identity? Did you ask him to identify himself?
yes.
When did you do that?
Well, when he was calling me on information, I asked if, I wanted to make sure if it was, where was he gathering this information? And this caller told me that he wanted to remain anonymous. And I respected that. But I asked, where was he getting this information? I wanted to make sure, I was doing an investigation. I wanted to make sure that it was information that, that it wasn't just coming out of nowhere. So I wanted to find out, where was he getting this information? What ties or what, I just needed to know information about him.
So did he give you at some point in time his name?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember giving your deposition on November 17th of 2019 and then continuing it on December 17th of 2019?
yes,
And in that deposition, you said that you didn't know who that person was because he wanted to be anonymous and you honored his request to remain anonymous, correct?
correct.
So did you obtain the identity of this person sometime after December 17 of 2019?
Mr. Padilla, this has been an ongoing investigation. This anonymous caller has called me even this year. So, I mean, but yes, to answer your question, he had told me, he kept calling and wanting to give me new information at all times. So I finally started asking, like I told you, like I testified earlier, I wanted to find out who this person was.
Now, he told you that he had been an employee of Rocky Mountain, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. then were you able to verify how he was getting this information?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
Again, like I told you earlier, I'm respecting his, I'm respecting because he wanted to remain anonymous.
Okay. Now, when we were talking during your deposition, do you remember me asking you about your knowledge of the statute, the Motor Carrier Act, and the public regulation, the PRC regulations?
There's a lot of questioning on that deposition. It was long. I vaguely recall, sir.
Okay, well, your job requires you to be familiar with the Motor Carrier Act, right?
Correct.
And it also requires you to be familiar with the PRC regulations, right?
Correct.
Okay, and there are 3 PRC regulations that deal with complaints, correct?
Correct.
That's the regulation 1.2.2.13, which just deals with complaints. 1.2.2.14, which deals with informal complaints, and 1.2.2.15, which deals with formal complaints, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the fact is that when you started this investigation and when you were conducting this investigation, you were not aware of those specific regulations, were you?
Correct.
Because those regulations require you to identify a particular individual and to fill out a form which contains specific information that's required by the regulations, correct?
You pointed out that to me.
Excuse me?
You pointed that out to me during that deposition.
Okay, and you agree with that, right?
I agree.
Okay, but you didn't realize that that was the case until after you had completed your investigation, right?
Correct.
And you agreed during your deposition that you should not have proceeded with an investigation based on an anonymous complaint, that you should have followed the regulations, correct?
What I did agree with, that I was not aware of the rule, but if I get a complaint, I'm going to follow through it.
Well, didn't you testify that had you been aware of the rule, you would have in fact followed the rule?
I don't recall.
Do you agree that you did not follow the rule in this particular case?
I did not follow the rule on having to give the name of the anonymous caller, but I followed the rule that if I got a complaint, I followed through my investigation.
Okay, I understand that your investigation was the result of this anonymous complaint, but the rule doesn't allow anonymous complaints, correct?
Correct.
Now, this anonymous caller called you more than a dozen times, correct?
Correct.
And I think in your deposition, you said he was still calling you even after you wrote your report of February the 10th of 2019. Would that be correct?
Like I testified earlier, to this, he has, even to this year, he's called me.
So are you continuing to investigate, or have you told him enough is enough, I'm done, I can't continue to investigate your anonymous complaints?
Mr. Padilla, if I work for the state of New Mexico, if a consumer calls me and wants to give me information or wants to talk, I'm not going to tell him not to call me. I did tell him that the investigation and the information that was given, that it was, I couldn't speak about the investigation because it was a pending litigation. But I mean, there was other things that he wanted to bring up to me, but again, if it pertained to a ongoing investigation, I could. If there was anything new, then I had to, it was required of me to at least get the information.
Well, was your investigation, as far as this anonymous caller is concerned, closed as of February 10th of 2019?
I did put that there was a supplemental should be followed if there was more information.
And you haven't filed a supplemental because there's no supplemental here today, correct?
Well, I don't know. I can't, not the evidence that I can speak of, because I think one of the evidence was taken out of during this questioning or testifying.
Well, those are supplementals that deal with Paula Johnson, right?
Well, it continued due to what's in this investigation.
Okay, but did you ever do a supplemental report that was the result of these continuing calls from the anonymous caller?
No.
Okay, and at least as of December 17th of 2019, the last day you were deposed, you knew that there was a rule that required you to get the identifying information from this person, the anonymous caller, right?
Yes.
Did you ever tell the anonymous caller, look, I wasn't aware of this rule initially, but now I'm aware of the rule. I can't continue to accept your complaints unless you tell me who you are and give me your identifying information.
Like I testified earlier, Mr. Padilla, he called me. He just wanted to talk. He wanted to find out on the previous information that he had given me. He wanted to find out what was the status of it. And any time that he would bring up something that was due to that pending investigation, I'd say I couldn't speak about that specific investigation.
Okay, thank you. Now, with regard to the petition itself that was filed, that's the first part of this Exhibit 6. It's 20-some pages long. You see that? It's entitled, well, this one is entitled Staff's Revised Petition and Exhibits from October 4, 2019 in case number 19-00298-TR-EN, but there was another one that was the original petition. Remember talking about that original petition in your deposition?
I don't recall. It's been, there's a lot of since then.
You remember telling me that the typewritten petition itself, that you did not prepare that?
Correct.
Yeah, but you did review it, right? Before it was filed?
Correct.
Okay. And did you verify that each and every one of the statutes and the rules that were contained in that petition directly applied to your investigation?
At the time.
I'm going to object because the original petition is not in evidence here. It's the revised petition.
Well, the only revision, Madam Hearing Examiner, is the taking out of the photographs. And you already have ruled that with regard to the statutory or regulatory provisions that have been dismissed, that you're not going to consider those. But I think I'm entitled to ask this witness whether when he reviewed it, he agreed that everything applied to his investigation.
And Mr. Padilla, your question is just as to whether he reviewed the petition that precedes his February 10, 2019 report.
The question is specific to the petition that was filed on October 4th of 2019. Mr. Martinez testified at his deposition that he didn't prepare the deposition, but that he reviewed it before it was filed. Somebody, I don't know whether it was legal, but somebody gave it to him and asked him to review it, and he testified specifically that he checked all of the statutory and regulatory provisions to make sure that they were appropriate and matched up to his report. That's my question.
Okay, overruled. So Mr. Martinez, you can answer the question.
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. So the part of the original petition and this exhibit number 6 that we have in front of us that you personally did is this 9-page report and all of the exhibits that go with it, right?
Yes,
And all of those exhibits are documents that you personally gathered, correct?
correct.
Okay. And all of these exhibits that are attached to your report, which is dated February 10th of 2019, did all of those exhibits exist at the time that you attached them to your report? That's a bad question. Let me try and clarify. This exhibit that you have in front of you, Exhibit 6, does, and Attachment 1 there too. Attachment 1 has a bunch of exhibits to it. I think it's A through W, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when you attached exhibits A through W to the report, was all of these exhibits, the information contained in them, that already existed as of February 10th of 2019, correct?
Correct.
I'm just gonna make a clarification or correction. There are actually exhibits A through Z attached to the report.
A through Z?
Yes.
I thought I said A through Z, but no, I said W, didn't I? Okay. Okay, Mr. Martinez, you say that they all existed at the time that you did the report, but let me have you look at Exhibit K. And Exhibit L as well, sir. Have you located those exhibits?
Yes, Mr. Padilla.
I'm sorry, I apologize, not K. Starting with L.
Are we talking about the patient care report, sir?
Yes, sir. The NMEMS, NM STARS reports, I think that's how they're typically referred to. The first ones that I'm asking about, sir, are the ones that are contained in Exhibit L.
Is it under Brittany Shepherd?
Let me see. Yeah, it says Brittany Shepherd. And then it has 5 things, October 5, 2018 personnel list, October 10, October 16, October 29, November 15, and then it says Brittany Shepherd, NM Stars patient run reports, where he was entered as a driver. I think that he's is a typo. But are those the reports that you're looking at, sir?
Yes, the one I'm looking at, Mr. Padilla, is 2 of 68. If that's a list of all the patient care reports, it's not the actual care report. What it is, it's either for that month, or when you work on this, when you go into NEMSTARS, if you want to pick a specific range, you could do that. And how many calls per that week, day, month?
Well, that's not specifically what I'm interested in, sir. In Exhibit L and also in Exhibit M, look at the bottom right-hand corner, would you please?
Yes, sir.
It says printed on 3/7/2019, right?
Correct.
And so do so that would be the case for Exhibit L and for Exhibit M, correct?
Correct.
Now, none of those reports were in existence at the time that you filed your report on February 10 of 2019, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so they couldn't have been attached to your original report, right?
So my original report, sir, if I recall, I turned it into legal. And when I turned, and I believe the attorney at the time looked, and if you look it down, there's numbers, but if you see some redacted names, they did not want to, there's usually on these patient care reports, either there's a number on a run number or the actual patient name. And to protect the patient for the HIPAA law. So I'm assuming that's what I had to go redact. So I printed it out after I had turned in the report after.
Why didn't you just redact the paperwork that originally accompanied your report on February 10th of 2019?
I turned in all the reports with the attachments, and when the attorneys looked at it, that's when they told me to redact it.
So they didn't return the reports to you and say, here are your reports, please redact them?
That's the only way for me to, because I reprinted it to go ahead and redact those.
So are you testifying then that you changed your report as of March the 7th of 2009?
What I'm saying is I redacted the patient names of the patient care reports. I did not change my initial investigation report. I redacted the names. So when I turned in my investigation report, I turned it in with the patient name. The attorneys at the time told me that I needed to redact the name.
Okay, but you do agree that these documents, Exhibit L and Exhibit M, were not part of your report on February 10th of 2019, correct?
Objection, that misstates his testimony.
It seems obvious to me, you can't include something in a report dated February 10th that is actually dated February the 7th. I'm just asking him simply to confirm that these specific reports that we have before us today were not the reports that originally accompanied his report, what he turned over to legal.
I think I'm sustaining the objection because my understanding, Mr. Padilla and Mr. Martinez, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you did submit these reports that are part of Exhibit L to legal at the time that you submitted them to legal. But then the printed date, March 7, 2019, is because legal had told you to take out those reports because they had names in them. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am. What the dates of the actual patient report doesn't change. It's just what changed was when I printed it, when I was asked to redact the name. So to do the HIPAA law, I had to redact. So I had to go back and redact the names. It didn't change the report. I just had to black out the patient names, which I printed out after I had turned in my original report. Did change my investigative report. It was the same. It's just the exhibit, but I had to redact the names.
But Mr. Martinez, it is not the same report that you turned in. It's not the same exhibit you turned in on February 10th of 2019, correct?
Correct.
But let me just ask one more question. Is the only difference that names are redacted?
That's the only thing. The names are redacted. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
If that's the only difference, Mr. Martinez, how would somebody like me, if I wanted to check that and compare the two exhibits, the ones that actually accompanied your report of February 10, 2019, when you turned it in, if I wanted to compare those exhibits to the ones that are in Exhibit 6 that we're looking at here today, how would I do that without seeing actually what you turned in?
So what I would do is I would go to the specific day, and I would go to the specific day and the time. I would block out the time and let's say there's 4 or 5 reports during that time frame, and I would pull that report. It wouldn't be a spreadsheet I would actually pull the actual patient care report for this specific patient. Then I would redact the patient name, but at least everything else would be as if they had whoever filled out that patient care report. This is just a spreadsheet on what reports were for that either that month or that day. So to answer your question, I would, like I said, I'm going to repeat myself. I would just get the specific day. It gives me the time frame, and then I would go with a specific run number.
Okay, and what was the purpose of these reports? Was it to show who was driving the vehicles?
Correct. So at the time when I was doing my investigation, I was given, and when I did my inspection and an investigation, I was given names that were qualified drivers and who were not. So when I did this investigation, I was looking to see who they had put down as drivers. And there was names in these reports that were listed as drivers that were not qualified drivers. Meaning, when I say qualified, Mr. Padilla, meaning that they didn't have either the CIVO or EVOC certification that you need to have for a certified driver. They didn't have any background checks. They did not have conducted any drug screenings, and do a DOT physical.
Okay. So how do we know just by looking at these reports that they didn't have the appropriate certifications?
Well, if you go by the names, I could give you the specific, give me a specific page and I could tell you which one you want to talk about.
Well, I'm just wondering how you connect the two.
So
if
when
you have a report that says so-and-so was driving a vehicle, okay, and you said one of these things was for a young lady by the name of Brittany. I can't remember.
Let me help you. It's going to be Brittany Shepard. So we'll talk about Mrs. Shepard. Mrs. Shepard, at the time when I did the inspection on September 21st, and then again, my investigation, she did not have a driver file, meaning they could not provide to see if she had taken any of the CIVO or EVOC certification. They could not provide any drug screening. They could not provide any to see if they did a background check. They could not provide if she conducted a DOT physical. But then again, they were listing her as drivers on the patient care reports.
And do you have a specific independent recollection 3 years later now?
Mr. Padilla, I mean, I've been working on this investigation. I'm just saying, I've been working this investigation since September 7th, 2018 to, I want to say, again, on guesstimation, November the 13th of 2020.
Okay, is there other documentation in your report that supports what you just said? That this Brittany Shepard did not have this SIVO and the other things that you're talking about?
Hold on. Oh. Give me some time here. I believe I listed her as, so if you go to page on my report, page 4, which is under Brittany Shepard of my investigative report.
Okay. Up at the top?
Yeah, which I said on September 21st, 2018, I inspected Ms. Shepard. It indicates on my report that Ms. Shepard was not certified as an ambulance driver due to not having all required documentation at the time of my inspection. And then as you read down that paragraph and look at all the patient care reports that I see, she was listed as a driver.
Okay, and you take that as being proof positive that she was actually driving?
Well, if you're gonna enter a patient care report in an MSTARS, Mr. Padilla, you would assume that this documentation that is entered into a database that the EMS Bureau puts, that it is complete.
So you assume it's accurate? Would that be correct?
Well, if they entered a accurate report into NEMSTARS, in which our rule, one of our rules is in the PRC rule, you need to enter a complete patient care report.
Okay, but I'm asking you, are you assuming that these reports that you saw were in fact accurate?
Just by what, looking at the patient care report.
Well, and the reason I'm asking you is because there's other aspects of your report where you say the person's name wasn't listed, so those reports are inaccurate.
Well, again, that's why, and unfortunately, we don't have video, but on these patient care reports on this investigation, if you want to talk about this investigation completely, in this investigation and continued from 2018 through 2020, there was drivers that were listed on patient care reports that were listed into NEMSTARS as driver, only as qualified drivers, but it wasn't the actual driver. It was a different person.
Yeah, and that's, you mentioned, but we don't have video. That's why you had the video, right?
Correct.
So without the video, you can't verify that, correct?
Well, I can verify because I saw it with my own eyes. I'm testifying for that. I saw it on the video when I went to St. Vincent's. I can testify, if you want to get specific, definitely. I can testify that on Mrs. Paula Johnson's, when they dropped her, when she fell off the gurney or they dropped her, the driver was not Mario Monet, which was listed on that patient care report. It was Bradley Little.
Okay, well, we're not talking about Paula Johnson. We're talking about Brittany Shepard here.
Well, I'm talking, you asked me if there other was incomplete. Well, I mean, if they're putting a patient care report, if you say if it was complete, yeah, it was complete they added names to the patient care report. Let's talk about Brittany Shepard. Okay, they put her down as a driver, but when I did an inspection of her driver files, she did not have nothing to certify as a driver, but they still listed. Did I know that she drove actually? No, I don't. But they did put her down as a driver.
Okay. So she was listed as a driver, but you don't know for certain that she actually drove, correct?
Not on this specific patient care report or on this investigation report.
Okay. And with regard to the other people that you're talking about driving incidents, the vast majority of this report and the paperwork that accompany it are to show that unqualified persons were driving vehicles, right?
Most of this investigative report indicates, one, that they were giving me names that were qualified drivers, but in turn, they weren't providing non-qualified drivers, but then they were still listing them on the patient care reports as drivers.
Okay, but the only way that you can actually, for certain, verify that somebody was driving is if you actually saw them driving or you had a picture or a video, right?
Well, actually, I'll recant my, because there was Cameron Roybal. There's a name right below Brittany Shepard. Cameron Roybal, when I did the inspection, he did not have a DOT physical. And then Mr. Smith, and I believe it's George Smith at the time, he sent me a list, updated list of drivers, and his name on that list he provided for me, and I believe it was in November. He sent me a few, but I believe the last updated fit, so I'm saying November of 2018, he sent me an updated qualified list of drivers for ambulances, and Mr. Roybal's name was not there. He was listed as was listed as a non-driver. But then when I would go into NEMSTARS, into this database, they were listing them as drivers. Before and after Mr. George Smith provided that updated driver's list for me.
Okay, but you never personally saw Cameron Roybal driving, did you?
I saw him driving on a video that was provided to me that I recorded on my cell phone video from the actual database of St. Vincent's, showing him as a driver when they pulled up to the ambulance bay at St. Vincent's.
You actually saw him driving through the windshield of the vehicle?
Well, when it's obvious when somebody comes out of, I did not actually to answer your question, I did not see him actually driving. I saw him getting out of the driver side of the ambulance.
Okay. Now, we talked about this in your deposition. The petition itself refers to section 65-2A-33C, and that's a criminal statute, right?
Hold on, let me get to. I'd have to get that rule. 65 what?
65-2A-33C.
It's not on the exhibits, correct?
No, it's not an exhibit. That's the statute. I don't know if you have the statutes available to you.
If you give me a minute, I could get that.
Either that or I can read it to you and see if you remember it.
Okay, go ahead.
It says a person who willfully makes a false entry in records required by the Motor Carrier Act or the rules of the commission, willfully destroys, mutilates, or by other means willfully falsifies the records, or willfully neglects or fails to make full, true, and correct copies of all facts shall be guilty of a felony, and upon conviction shall be imprisoned for not more than 5 years. You remember that?
Correct.
Okay. And that's cited in the petition, but you're not charging any kind of a criminal act in this particular case, are you?
No, sir. This is a administrative hearing.
Okay.
I don't have no jurisdiction on criminal.
And I just want to make it clear for the record, I'm pausing you, Mr. Padilla, that in case 19-00-298-TREN, I issued an order on February 26, 2020, entitled Order Ruling on Respondents 13 Motions. And one of your motions was to strike all references to section 65-2A-33C on the grounds that it's a criminal statute and the commission has no jurisdiction over criminal matters. My ruling on that, I denied your motion. And I said the commission has authority to assess administrative penalties for violation of that statute. So I just wanted to make that clear for the record.
Okay. So getting back to the anonymous caller for a moment, that anonymous caller was the only source of this continuing investigation that you did, right?
On this first investigation, correct?
Right. Nobody else ever complained to you. It was the same guy over and over calling you continuously, right?
That I recall, yes.
Okay. Now, when you were doing this investigation, you took notes at certain points in time, right?
You know, when I'd go out there, I would either take my laptop, take that, or just what I remember. Mainly on this, if I'm doing an investigation, either I put it on my investigation. I start typing on my investigation notes. It's mainly just off of my head that I do that. If I had to write something, mainly it's when I was inspecting the actual ambulance. It's just by what I was going through on the ambulance. Now, if it was an investigation, I would, either ask for an affidavit to, if there was somebody that I talked to, or as soon as I would get back to my office, I start writing my, my report.
And so are you saying that you would write your report from memory, or might you have jotted down some types of notes while you were talking to somebody or while you were reviewing records so that you would remember them when you got back to your office and started typing your report?
I would write down when I was doing my investigation or when I was looking at the actual ambulance as supplies, and then whatever was missing, our office was desk down from the Rocky Mountain EMS, and I would type it up onto the investigative report.
Okay, so you would write it down and then almost immediately transfer it into typewritten form, right?
On my inspection report, yes, correct.
Right. And you didn't keep any of those notes at all, did you?
No.
You just threw them away?
Yes, what I wrote on them, I just transferred it to my investigative report, correct.
Now, what type of business, scratch that, what type of transports is it your understanding that Rocky Mountain was engaged in? And by that, I mean, if you can distinguish between things like interfacility transports and 911 transports.
So Rocky Mountain EMS, it is required, or they have a certificate with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission to conduct interfacility transports. They do not have a certificate for 911, meaning they're not a 911. So let's say, for instance, somebody gets into an accident and somebody calls 911. They don't have a certificate for that. They only do interfacility transports.
Okay, and these interfacility transports that we're talking about, would it be fair to classify those as non-emergency?
Well, again, that's where it gets it could be, so there's two different types of transportation. So there's a non-medical, meaning if a patient, so it's a permit certificate. So if there's an entity that just takes patients or anybody to an appointment, that would be a non-medical transport. Now for Rocky Mountain, it could be, it's an ambulance service. So if they could have a patient that requires BLS, basic lifesavers or life-saving, BLS, EMS. So then an EMT that has the EMS basic, even a paramedic could handle that. Depending, now if they pick up a patient at the hospital that requires ALS, advanced lifesaver, then it requires a basic cannot provide any, that's not within their scope of practice. It has to be an EMT intermediate or a paramedic. So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
to answer your question, it could be during transport, definitely a patient could quote or could require for an advanced, a paramedic or an intermediate to, to provide lifesaver support, even a basic, even if it's a basic lifesaver, if it's an EMT basic transporting this patient down to Albuquerque from Santa Fe, and let's say, for instance, happens to get a heart attack, the EMT basic could provide, to their scope. So they have to have certain supplies within that ambulance. So to answer your question, it could become an emergency during transport. But to answer your question again is, yeah, they only conduct interfacility transports.
Okay, so what is your understanding with regard to these interfacility transports? Does Rocky Mountain do essentially basic transports, or do they do advanced level transports?
It's kind of hard to say, I mean, without looking at their patient care reports. So depending, whenever they pick up a patient, I don't know nothing about their dispatch or whatever. I know as me looking, when I used to do when I do their inspections, I'm required to look at billing as well. So not only do I look at for safety at the ambulance, required to see their driver files, I'm also required to look at anything that how much so every ambulance service has a tariff that they have to follow. And I believe, and I might be wrong, I believe Rocky Mountain had before their suspension, they did have a tariff, their own tariff. So they have to follow this tariff, meaning they have to charge whatever service they provided for this patient. There's certain fees that they can charge. They have to follow the tariff. So when I was looking at I'm required to look at billings also. So when I looked at those invoices that they charge these patients, they did have lots of advanced lifesaver invoices. So they did provide ALS calls.
Okay, and when an ambulance service such as Rocky Mountain is certified, does the certification say you're allowed to do basic and advanced level? Is it specific to that, or is it just a certification saying you're authorized to conduct business as an ambulance service?
It specifies it.
And to the best of your recollection, does the certificate that's applicable to Rocky Mountain say that Rocky Mountain can do advanced level transportation?
To my recollection, on the actual certificate, I believe so. But I know for a fact that I did look at patient invoices when I did inspections that they did charge ALS fees.
Okay, and when you do those inspections, and let's say you're looking at a case where there's an ALS fee, it's your job to make sure that patient was properly charged, correct?
Correct.
And you never found in any of your investigations that Rocky Mountain was not properly charging patients, correct?
Correct. If that would have happened, it would be in my report.
Okay. So advanced level is higher than basic level, right?
Correct.
But it's not emergency level.
Again, I don't know. So the way, how can I explain it?
Let me put it a different way. It's not 911 level.
It's not 911 level. Correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, whether it was an advanced level transport or a basic level transport, when Rocky Mountain picked up a patient, was that patient deemed to be stable so that they could be transported?
Yes. So if they're receiving a patient from a facility, but every ambulance service, as per state rules, they have to have, if it's a ALS rig, when I say ALS, Advanced Lifesaver Support, when I say rig, it's the ambulance. They need to have the specific, so if they're gonna transport a patient that requires, let's say they do have an IV and they have to transport this patient with an IV, that will tell you that it's going to turn to be an advanced level. Okay, so if they have to, if a paramedic or an intermediate has to carry this patient during transport, that's when they can charge advanced level. So they need to have everything in that ambulance, meaning supplies, to be able to transport this patient as an advanced level, as an ALS transport.
Okay. Now, when you do these transports, whether they're basic level or advanced level, the ambulance service is expected to, at some point in time, input information into the NMSTARS system, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a time limit? Do they have to do that within 12 hours, 24 hours, a week?
Well, by rule, they have to provide a patient care report to the receiving facility. So
I'm sorry.
So let's say, for instance, just so I can get you some clarification. So let's say Rocky Mountain picked up a patient from St. Vincent's, and they're transporting him to the UNM hospital in Albuquerque. They have to provide a patient care report to the receiving facilities, meaning UNM, within, I believe, by looking at that, and I don't want to, I believe it's within 24 to 48 hours. And it's a patient care report.
Okay, but I'm talking about NMSTARS. Is there a limit, such as 24-hour limit with putting it into NMSTARS?
No.
And in your investigation, you just said they have to provide it to the receiving facility. Did you ever go to the receiving facility to get those reports to see if they were actually provided to the receiving facility?
No, I didn't.
So you just relied on NMSTARS, right?
Correct.
And you acknowledge that the reports in NMSTARS can have typos in them, correct?
I mean, everybody's everybody as a human being makes mistakes. It could be.
There can be typos and there can be clerical errors, right?
Correct.
Now, NMSTARS doesn't have anything at all to do with the Motor Carrier Act, does it?
Well, no, but they have to, there's a rule in our PRC rules that they have to provide that report into NMSTARS.
Right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop you. Go ahead.
But no, to answer your question, no.
Okay.
Mr. Martinez, I didn't hear what you said earlier. You said there's some kind of requirement in our rules for what?
So there is, yes, ma'am. So there is a rule that requires for them to enter it into NMSTARS, which is the database.
Okay.
Mr. Padilla asked if it was within the Motor Carrier Act.
Thank you.
Now, NMSTARS, I'm sorry.
And to my knowledge, I believe no. I'd have to look at it.
Okay. Now, NMSTARS is not a database that's maintained by the PRC, right?
Correct.
It's a database that is required by the Department of Health, right?
Correct.
And is it maintained through the EMS Bureau?
I don't, I believe so.
Okay.
So
And there's a regulation that essentially, if I understand you correctly, there is a PRC regulation that requires ambulance services to comply with the Department of Health or the EMS requirement, right? It's kind of a
Correct.
piggyback thing?
correct.
Okay. You don't have any idea why it took 8 months to have your report of February 10th of 2019 actually result in a petition that was filed on October 4th of 2019, do you?
I can't speak for what happened at the legal office. No, I don't. I can't.
Nobody asked you to do anything further during that 8-month interim other than you already testified about redacting.
Nobody did.
Okay. Now, do you remember in your deposition that we talked about chain of custody?
I vaguely recall.
Okay, what is chain of custody?
Chain of custody meaning if you're going to enter into evidence, that's I'm going by that. If you're going to enter into evidence, so I'll give you the procedure. So if I'm going to enter evidence, I would sign off that I'm entering into my report. Then I give it to my bureau chief. My bureau chief will sign off on that. And then from there, if I'm going to give it to the legal staff, somebody signs off of that. That's chain of custody.
So it's an effort to ensure that during the various steps, it doesn't somehow get changed, right?
Correct.
So that it stays in the original form, in this case, in the original form of your report of February the 10th of 2019, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know whether there was a proper chain of custody maintained with regard to your report in this particular case?
I don't recall.
These NM STARS reports that you obtained, they're not certified, right? The Department of Health didn't certify them to be correct, right?
Correct. So that was the whole reason why, I mean, I went further and got unfortunately, we don't have video. So that's why I went further into my investigation. I couldn't just solely go on a lot of my the patient care reports. This database is mainly for tracking on how many calls for the EMS Bureau within the ambulance service.
Okay, so the NM STARS reports are not something that the PRC keeps in the ordinary course of its business, right?
No, but we do require for the ambulance service, if I do ask, they could, if there's any ambulance service, if I do require, they have to keep records of.
Okay, but essentially what happens when you use the NM STARS system is you go online because you have access to the reports that are filed in that system, right?
Correct.
And then you search the system for whatever you're looking for. And if you find something that you want, then you can copy it directly, right?
Correct.
You don't have to go to the Department of Health or to the EMS Bureau and say, please provide it to me. You can do that yourself, right?
Correct.
And that's essentially what you did in this case for all these reports that we're talking about that are included in your report as exhibits to the report of February 10th of 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, your report has some, I think it's got two. The first one is it's Exhibit A to the report itself. You see that?
And we're talking about Exhibit 6, correct?
Yeah, Exhibit 6, and so Exhibit 6 is the petition, and then it has, your report is identified, I think, as attachment number 1.
Yes,
And then accompanying your report are Exhibits A through Z, right?
correct.
Okay, so Exhibit A is an ambulance compliance review report, correct?
Correct.
And is that a, an annual inspection or a report, or is that an investigative report?
So what I did is, so when I received this anonymous call, they gave me, I hadn't conduct my annual inspection for Rocky Mountain EMS. So I got this call indicating some status. So I scheduled my annual inspection with Rocky Mountain. And this is what the report is. So this is in the inspection for September the 21st, 2018.
Okay, so that would be more properly characterized as an investigation, I'm sorry, as an inspection report rather than an investigation report, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then would you look at Exhibit E?
Okay.
Okay, is that another inspection report?
So what happened, Mr. Padilla, at that time? So when I got the call, they gave me about this information. I went and did my inspection. And there was several deficiencies at the time. I went back, Mr. Smith, George Smith, I gave him a certain time frame to fix all the deficiencies. I believe I gave them 12 days. Usually we give 10. Usually it would be 10 days. I gave them 10 business days. You know, I gave them some time to fix their deficiencies. Mr. George Smith sent me an email requesting an extension. So at the time that I did the inspection, meaning September 21st, there was a lot of deficiencies, like I said earlier. And also, I believe, if I could recall, there was a couple of driver files that weren't there. So when he requested an extension, I went back and I filled this inspection.
Okay, so when you're talking about an inspection report, typically your practice would be, if you found something wrong, to allow the ambulance service to correct it, right?
Correct.
And then there's actually a PRC rule that says that you have to notify the ambulance service of the deficiencies that you find and give them a chance to correct it, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so in this case, when we're looking at Exhibit A, you gave them until, I believe, October the 5th initially? Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay, and then I think you just said that Mr. Smith asked you for more time, so you gave him until October 12th?
I believe so. Without me looking at my emails, that I don't know if exhibits are included in this exhibit. I believe I received an email from Mr. Smith requesting an extension. So that's
Exhibit B, I think, sir.
okay. So then I went back to the Santa Fe office where they have all their ambulance. And I did this inspection, and that's what I filled out here, sir.
Okay, so anyway, you gave time to correct these things, right?
Correct.
And would it be fair to say that the types of non-compliance that you found were not violations that would create any danger to the public?
Well, if we, if you go to page 6, I'm just going by what I saw.
Page 6 of what, sir?
On this report that you just suggested, which is October 15th, I believe, where I put on comments.
Are we talking about, which exhibit are we talking about? Exhibit E?
Exhibit E, yes.
Okay, so page 6 of Exhibit E.
If you see on the comments where I put, I believe I said medicine box was not in the ambulance when inspected. Mr. Smith went inside office and showed me a box. I mean,
Okay.
when it's a medicine box, if they need to provide any medication, and I'm not saying narcotics, any medication during transport, they should have a fully stocked medicine. I think that's a safety violation. Multi-level stretcher was not inside the ambulance when inspected. I could inspect that stretcher to see if it was operational. That's a safety matter. The two-way radio was inoperable. That is a major safety issue. So if let's say this ambulance service breaks down and there's no cell service, how are they going to be able to reach anybody if they don't have a two-way radio?
Okay, but you allowed those to be corrected, right?
That was a second time. Yes, correct.
Both times you allowed them to be corrected.
Correct.
Even on your report of October 15, 2018 through October 17, 2018, which is Exhibit E, at the end of that report on page 13, you gave them until October 29th of 2018 to correct the things that you found as deficiencies, right?
Correct. You asked me if there were safety violations, and I did say that they were safety violations.
But they're not, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then now you asked if I allowed them to correct them. Definitely, I didn't want nobody being transported with those.
Okay, so these safety violations though are not safety violations that for example, if there's somebody doesn't have a copy of their driver's license in a file, that's a violation, but it's not a violation that creates an immediate danger to the public, is it?
Well, again, if I'm provided a driver file with a specific driver and they need to have when I go and do an inspection, they need to have all these criteria as a certified driver. And if they can't provide paperwork to me that they haven't gone through a drug screening, I believe that is it's a violation, it's a safety violation. 1, 2, if they don't have a medical card, if they haven't gone to a medical DOT physical, they could have a medical episode as well they're driving that ambulance. So I think that's a safety violation.
Okay, well, do you remember in your deposition, when I asked you, so if you investigate a particular ambulance company, let's say you investigate RMEMS, Rocky Mountain, and they don't have an EMS card for a person in the file, you tell them you don't have this card, you've got 10 days to get it, correct? And you said yes. And then I said, okay, if they don't have that in the file, or if they don't get it within 10 days, is that considered a safety violation? And you said no, correct?
If that's what it says on my deposition.
Okay, so are you changing that testimony today?
Mr. Padilla, so when I do my inspection, if I look at a driver file that does not have these criterias, I do give them 10 days to correct this deficiency, okay? But I do tell them that during that time that if this specific driver, he can be driving during this time, but they have those 10 days to correct this deficiency. So yes, I mean, when I did my disposition, if I said that, yes, no. Today I'm saying, yes, they shall not drive if they don't have these criteria, because it is a safety violation. Because they can be driving if they don't, if I can't see any credentials, if they have been through this, either a drug screening or they performed a DOT physical or even a background.
Okay. You try to be consistent from report to report, do you not?
I try to.
Okay. Let's look at page 2 of Exhibit A, and at the same time, look at page 2 of Exhibit E.
Okay, page 2.
Okay, so if you look at Mario Monet, okay, on Exhibit A, which was September the 21st of 2018, looks like he had everything except EMS personal licensure, right?
Correct.
Okay. He had the EVOC, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so that was one of the things that you told Mr. Smith that he had until October the 5th, and then later on until October the 12th to get that specific information, that EMS personal licensure, and get it into the file, right?
Correct.
Okay. So then if you look at page 2 of Exhibit E, which is, and look at Mario Monet, you show that that was corrected. You have the EMS personal licensure, right?
Correct.
But you have a blank for the EVOC. But the EVOC was actually there, right?
Correct. I might have missed that.
Okay, well, do you remember testifying that in fact that must have been a clerical error, and because you knew he had everything?
Yeah, Mr. Monet, I've inspected his driver files in the past, and I believe maybe on that day I probably looked at his file to make sure they had put all their EMS licensure on that file. If I missed his EVOC, could, like you said, it could be a clerical error.
Okay, well, let's look at the same page 2, but this time let's look at Derek Phillips.
So that's Exhibit B, correct?
Exhibit A and Exhibit E.
I have to jump back and forth, sorry. So I'll go A. Okay.
Okay, so Exhibit A, which again is September 21 of 2018, you say the only thing that was missing for Derek Phillips on that particular day was the EML personal licensure, right?
No, if you see my report, it's you're talking about Derek Phillips, correct?
Yes, sir.
It looks like I didn't check off drug screening.
Like what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It looks like I didn't check off drug screening on page 2, correct?
Okay, which one are you looking at? We're looking at page 2, Derek Phillips. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so there were 2 that you didn't check off then. You didn't check off EMS personnel licensure, and you didn't check off drug screening, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then when you go to the second report, Exhibit E, that is October 15th and October 17th, there was the EMS personnel licensure, and there was the drug screening, right?
Correct.
But again, just like with Mr. Monet, you said there was no EVOC, right?
Correct.
And he had it before, just less than a month before, right?
Correct.
So the EVOC there was an EVOC, correct?
Correct.
So that was an error on your part.
Could be.
Okay. So when you did these two reports, Exhibit A and Exhibit E, did you go back and cross-check them against each other to make sure that everything was okay?
I'm sure I did.
Okay, so let's go back to Exhibit A, please. Look at page 8, if you would, please. You there?
Almost there, Mr. Padilla.
Okay.
Okay, I'm there, Mr. Padilla.
Okay, so page 8, there's a comment section, right?
Yes, sir.
And then underneath the comment section, you have an overall rating of non-compliant, and then you say correction request issued, yes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but at the top on your comments section, you say, on Friday, September 21, 2018, at approximately 10 a.m., I conducted an investigation on Rocky Mountain EMS, and as the results of the inspection, ambulance service had everything in order as per NMTRC regulations. Overall, ambulance service does have knowledge of rules and regulations governing their operating authority granted by the commission, right?
Correct.
And you testified that, having said that, that in fact that meant that that they were in compliance, that everything was in order, right?
On this, so what I do on this inspection, that was a clerical error. When I put the overall rating, it's non-compliant. It should have been on that comment. It should have been that they did not have. So that was a clerical error. Because I listed the deficiencies.
Okay, but you agreed in your deposition that that language on the comment says that that everything was in order on that date, correct?
By reading that now, it's stating that, but by looking at deficiencies and my overall rating, it's a non-compliant report.
So then as we're sitting here, are you saying there's a conflict between the two?
Like I said, it's a clerical error.
Okay. Now, you gave Mr. Smith, or Rocky Mountain, actually, time to cure these non-compliance issues that you found in September, right?
Correct.
Okay, and when you do that, you allow people to send you the information that's missing via email, right? You don't have to actually go back out to the physical location and review things again, do you?
Depending on what the deficiencies are. But correct that I know Mr. Smith sent me some stuff that I found deficient on these two reports, inspection reports. he did send me emails, meaning I think he did send me CIVO or EVOC certificates.
Okay, and so that would be what's included in exhibits B, C, and D, right?
Yeah, there was, what I'm looking at is, he gave me an updated list of the drivers that he had. Then on D, he gave me a list of which vehicles, which ambulances were in operational, meaning in service. And then D, he gave me an updated list of all their of the personnel that they had.
Okay, and you accepted those documents, right?
Correct.
And you concluded that those documents meant that Mr. Smith had taken, had brought those aspects of noncompliance into compliance, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Smith asked you to go back and conduct a
And
reinvestigation. Did he
that,
not?
and my reinspection, yes. And that's why my reinspection was 10/15 and 10/17.
Okay. And was that a result of Mr. Smith asking you to do that? Or was that a result of the commission?
Because he requested an extension. So I went and did that, and he sent me an email saying if I could go and do an inspection. So I went.
So when everything was done, you found ultimately that Rocky Mountain EMS was in compliance, correct?
Okay, so so remember, there's two. I did my annual inspection, and this annual inspection consists of September the 21st. And in that inspection, I found deficiencies. I gave them 10 days to fix these inspections or deficiencies. He requested an extension. I granted it. Then he also suggested he wanted to do another inspection. So which I did, which was conducted on 10/15 and 10/17. I found some more deficiencies. So I allowed him to get more. I gave him some time. During that time, he fixed all his deficiencies on the annual inspection. Okay. There was still an ongoing investigation. So I sent a letter of what he provided to me on all these two inspections, not investigation, inspection. What he provided to me satisfied what the deficiencies that I saw. So I sent him a letter of compliance. And I believe that was sent November. Remember, either early November. I have to look at the document when I sent it, but that was on the annual inspection and on the deficiencies that I had. There was still an ongoing investigation on what I had, during the time on September 7th.
But the fact is that during your investigation, you found Rocky Mountain EMS to be in compliance, right?
Like I said, during my inspection of the annual inspection, the deficiencies that I found on the two compliance inspections, they complied on the annual service, on the annual inspection. But during my investigation, I found that there were not, there was drivers that they weren't listed on my, on this, all the information he gave me. And then on the information he provided for me that there were qualified drivers, they said that they did not have they weren't driving anymore. They were just doing EMS basic, or they were just doing paramedic or EMT stuff. They weren't driving the ambulance. So during my investigation, I found that they were driving, specifically Cameron Roybal on video. I saw he was listed on the stuff that Mr. Smith provided to me that he wasn't driving no more ambulances, I saw him on video that he was, well, again, like I testified earlier, I didn't actually see him physically driving. He came out of the driver's side of the ambulance as a driver. And I believe at the time, the reason that Mr. Roybal was not a certified driver, he could not pass his DOT physical.
But you agree that you need the video to verify what you're saying, right?
Correct, because they were providing false documentation to me saying that he was not driving ambulances, but then I saw him driving, or I saw the ambulance and he coming out on the coming outside the driver passenger or the driver's side of the ambulance.
Okay, so without the video, you can't verify, we can't verify what you're saying, right?
No, but I saw the video, so I'm testifying on that.
Okay. Now, you said that you issued a letter of compliance, right?
Correct. The letter of compliance was, like I testified earlier, Mr. Padilla, the letter of compliance was the stuff that all the deficiencies that were that Rocky Mountain had during my September 21st inspection report and the 1015 and 1017 inspection report. He satisfied all those deficiencies that I found during those inspections. And I provided him with a compliance letter because he complied with all the deficiencies that I found on my inspection report, which was the annual inspection for that ambulance service.
You did not put the letter of compliance into your packet as an exhibit, did you?
Yes, I did.
Is the letter of compliance an exhibit to this report of February the 10th of 2019?
I believe, I think I saw it in here. I believe I did.
I don't want to, we've got a several hundred page report here. Unless this witness can quickly put his hands on it, can I suggest that perhaps we take a break so that he can take his time and look through that carefully? It's just a one-page letter. And I don't know how much time I have left, Madam Hearing Examiner. I can't hear you. You're off.
You're muted.
You have 23 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't object to a break. Mr. Borman, do you?
I don't object to a break.
Okay. Ms.
Okay.
Martinez, can you, while we're on a break, look through and if in fact that letter's there, or if it's not, verify one way or the other, please, and then we can talk about that when we come back.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, let's come back at 3:45.
All right, thank you.
Kim, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Thank you.
Okay, let's go back on the record and let's resume. Mr. Padilla, you want to please ask your question again?
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Martinez, did you have a chance to look through Exhibit 6 while we were on recess?
Yes, sir, Mr. Padilla. I went through all exhibits. I did not find that letter of compliance, but I know for a fact that I did issue a letter of compliance and I did provide it to Rocky Mountain EMS. I thought I had entered it into exhibits on my case report or investigative report. I looked through it, I did not find it, but I did, and I'll testify to saying that I did provide a compliance letter to Rocky Mountain. I want to say sometime in November 2018, but that was mainly for the inspection report for the annual inspection of Rocky Mountain. Has nothing to do with the investigation.
Okay. Had you at that point in time even told Rocky Mountain that they were under investigation?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And so this letter of compliance falls within the window of your investigation time, September 7th and February 4th, right?
Correct.
So it would be, but that was never provided to the commission to give them an opportunity to consider that fact, right?
I thought I had entered into my inspection into my investigative report. I did not find it, so it wasn't provided if it wasn't in there.
All right, thank you, sir. Let's look at Exhibit 7, if you would, please.
Okay.
That's your updated investigation report pursuant to commission order.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now that was filed on October the 15th. Do you remember doing that updated investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if I can just summarize and tell me if I'm wrong, please. What happened is the petition got filed on October 4th of 2019, and the commission took a look at it and was concerned that there had been 8 months since your investigation concluded. And so they wanted an updated investigation so that they had more current information, correct?
Correct.
And they issued an order requiring you to go out and do this updated investigation, right?
Correct.
Now that order said that you were supposed to complete the updated investigation and file it by October the 11th of 2019, right?
Correct.
But you didn't file it until October 15th, right?
My inspection was conducted on that day. So my investigation, correct, that was put into this inspection report because I followed what the commission requested, and it was not filed till October 15th. Is that correct? That's a stamp. But I did the physical of what the commission requested. I did it, and it's annotated on the ambulance compliance review report that it was conducted on the 10th and the 11th.
Okay, but it ultimately got presented to the commission on the 15th, or at least filed on the 15th, right?
Correct.
Okay, And so in that report, you found some non-compliance, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in that report, you actually, it looks like you made an effort to look at every single employee file, right?
Correct.
Because you've got, it's much more than 6 employees, right, that you looked at?
Correct.
Okay, so, and you looked at ambulances as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so your conclusion was that there were violations and you notified the commission that there were violations, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and as a result of this report that was filed October 15th of 2019, the commission at that point in time temporarily suspended the operation of Rocky Mountain EMS, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so within a few days of when the suspension occurs, you got an email from Ed Little telling you that they were now in compliance and asking you to come out and re-inspect, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you responded to that email by sending Mr. Little an email saying, I will not go out and inspect on advice of counsel. I've been told not to do that, right?
Yes, I did. I sent an email.
Okay, so you did not honor his request. You didn't go out and re-inspect, right?
So again, Mr. Padilla, if you read the top of the commission order, it's an updated investigation. So like I testified earlier, there's a 2 difference. So when I do an inspection, I give them the 10 days. On these deficiencies, the commission requested for me to do an updated investigation. And that's what I provided to the commission.
Okay, I apologize. Mr. Little did contact you and say, look, what you found in your updated investigation has now been cured. Would you come and investigate and verify that so that I can ask the commission to reinstate me, right?
I seek guidance from legal, and that's why I sent an email to, and that's why I responded to Mr. Little.
Okay, but you were asked to come out and reinvestigate.
Yes, sir. I believe I did. I did enter that into exhibit on his email.
You mean the second one?
Yes, I believe that I sent an email, and I believe that I entered that into one of the exhibits on this.
But there was an email where you told Mr. Little, I'm not going to come out and investigate further because counsel has advised me not to, right?
Either an email or a phone call. I don't recall.
Okay, but that's the gist of what happened, correct?
Yeah, and I believe it was an email, sir. But
Okay.
that was the gist.
Okay, so then I ended up filing a lawsuit because you wouldn't reinvestigate, and the commission ended up entering an order requiring the reinvestigation, right?
Correct.
Now, on the reinvestigation, I know that it wasn't signed by you. I don't know, was it Mr. Archuleta that ultimately signed it?
I recall, I know on the second investigation, I did not conduct that. So I believe you're right, you're correct. I believe it was Bureau Chief Fidel Archuleta.
Okay, and Fidel Archuleta did that on the order of the commission, right?
Correct.
The commission actually entered an order saying that you should not have refused to go out and reinvestigate, and there was an order entered saying go out and do another investigation, right?
All I know is that there was an order requesting a second or a follow-up, whatever it was, and Mr. Archuleta or Bureau Chief Archuleta conducted it.
Okay, and as a result of that, the commission ended up reinstating the license of, or the operating authority of Rocky Mountain EMS, right?
Correct.
Okay, and in its order, the commission found that Rocky Mountain EMS was at that point in time in full compliance, right?
Correct.
Okay, so let me have you look at exhibit number 14, if you would.
Okay.
That's staff exhibit 14?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It's the run report on Paula Johnson,
Okay.
the 3-page document. Do you see that, Mr. Martinez?
Yes, Mr. Padilla, I have it.
Okay. And this is something that you gathered together, correct?
Correct.
It was part of your looking into what happened after you had been told that Ms. Johnson or that a person had been dropped at St. Vincent's Hospital, right?
Correct.
Okay. And before I get into this specifically, Madam Hearing Examiner, I would like to know for the record that it's my understanding Ms. Johnson has in fact signed a HIPAA request, and I didn't go back to my office, and so I don't know whether Mr. Bradford actually, or Mr. Borman, I'm sorry, or whether Mr. Borman actually sent me a copy of the HIPAA notice, but I do have authority to go into this as I understand it, correct?
That's correct. Sorry, my dog's barking. Yes, Mr. Borman emailed that release.
Okay,
Yes, and you were copied on that, I believe.
okay, I just didn't go back to the office, so.
Okay.
Not sure, sir. Okay. So this 3-page document, what was the purpose of obtaining it, sir?
So the purpose of obtaining this, Mr. Padilla, was it's a patient care report. I wanted to verify, I wanted to enter into my investigation indicating, because I did a supplemental on this case, and I included this patient care report to indicate that it was Ms. Johnson that was the actual patient that was dropped on January 18th of 2019, I believe.
Okay, so you got this report after you found out about somebody being dropped, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And is this an MSTARS report?
Yes,
Okay. Now the report verifies that the patient was dropped, right?
correct.
Okay. And it says, well, first of all, it says that she had a cerebral aneurysm. That's what she had that condition when she was being transported, right?
Correct.
And it's got some medications that apparently she was on, Novasc, Novasc, and ibuprofen in parentheses Motrin. The Novasc looks like it's 10 milligrams, and the other looks like it's 800. Would that be correct?
Correct.
So the report would indicate that she was in pain, right?
I can't testify on that. I'm not a paramedic or licensed basic.
Okay. But it was a non-emergency transport, right?
It was by the looks of it, it was a basic BLS transport.
Okay. So on the second page, it talks about injury, and it says cause of injury fell on same level, unspecified. What did that mean to you when you were doing your investigation?
Where are
It's
you?
like the first box there.
The first box.
It's under patient condition,
Patient condition.
up near the top.
Hold on. Bear with me.
Sure. It's kind of small printing in it.
Is it on the second page you said?
Yes, the second page.
Okay, and it's under the patient care report narrative?
It's above the narrative.
Okay, primary impression?
It says cause of injury, fall on same level, unspecified. And then below that, it says mechanism of injury, blunt, and then it says height of fall feet 3. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what significance was that to you?
To me, I mean, after I looked at this patient care report and I read the narrative, the person, which was Mr. Villegas, that did, I believe it was Villegas, that did this patient care report, he did indicated that she possibly fell off like a 3-foot fall. I'm sure that's what he put on. I can't speak for why he put that on the cause of injury. But to me, by reading his narrative, that's why he indicated on that.
Okay, so if you go down and look at the narrative starts out by saying it's got chief complaint. And then it says 49-year-old female complained of acute pain secondary to craniotomy rehabilitation, right?
Yes, sir.
So she was complaining, does that mean she was complaining she had acute pain when they picked her up?
By reading that, I believe that he was just indicating the transport, the reason for the transport. And I believe that's what he's indicating. I can't testify, I mean, for that, if that's what he meant.
Okay, well, I'm just kind of trying to get to what this particular report, what significance it had to your investigation.
So my significance for this report, sir, was mainly I wanted to reference to say if it was the patient. So when I was told about a patient being dropped, and I got that information, I don't know if you want me to go into detail. I got this information. I did my investigation. The person that gave me this information, he did not know the name. He knew the date. I saw the video at that day. By looking at the video, it did not give me a name. So I went to NEMSTARS on the specific time and date. I found this patient care report. And by looking at this patient care report, I read the narrative, and on the narrative, it indicated that this patient had fell 3 feet, in which the EMT basic, which was Luis Villegas, indicated on his report. So I knew that it was the actual patient that had been dropped at St. Vincent's.
Okay, and this report does in fact apply to Paula Johnson, right?
Yes, sir. I just redact the name.
Look down at a couple of paragraphs where it says RX render treatment. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It says patient was located onto a stretcher secured with seat belts and rails and transported via ground ambulance on a stretcher semi-Fowler's position. Patient was transported from Presbyterian Hospital, Albuquerque to St. Vincent's Regional Medical Center. The destination was determined by protocol. So that indicates that during the transportation, Ms. Johnson was strapped into the gurney, right?
That's what it indicates on this report.
And the rails were up, right?
That's what it indicates in this report. Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge as an investigator who has dealt with ambulance companies for what, 5 years now or longer?
It'd been about 4.
Okay. To your knowledge, is it regular practice that when a person is transported into in an ambulance, they are strapped in and the guardrails are put up?
They need to be strapped. While the transport, common practice is they put the rails down, but they're strapped and locked and secured. As they're rolling them into the hospital, I've seen them having the rails up and being strapped. Yes.
Okay. Now, after you got this report, you talked to Ms. Johnson, correct?
Yes, sir. Again, it was an ongoing investigation. I went to St. Vincent's. I was looking at doing an investigation, and they told me about this fall. So I went back to my office. I didn't know the name, so I got this patient care report. From there, I got the phone number from the patient's information, and I contacted Ms. Johnson. And I made I believe I went February, I want to say by not looking at my report, I'd say February 6th, I want to say, when I look, when I went there 2nd, then 2 days later, so I went to her residence in Española, New Mexico. And I met
And
with
you talked to her about, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
sorry about that, sir. I met with her and her, at that time at her house in Española, and I believe her mother, Bernie or Benny, and her fiance Joseph, I believe, at the time. While I asked her questions and to be specific on what had happened on that day.
Okay, were you able to talk with Ms. Johnson that day?
Yes, Ms. Johnson was at the time. Again, it was clearly that from the photos that was provided to me, but she did have contusion on her, I believe her left, and she did have a black eye. She was kind of lethargic at the time when I talked to her.
Okay, but you talked to her about what happened as best as you could, right?
Definitely, definitely, and she tried her best. She was getting sentimental. She would cry, and she seemed like she didn't really want to talk about it. She was
But
affected.
part of, I'm sorry.
She was affected with it. I mean, she did, every time I would bring it up, it was hard for me to ask her questions.
Okay, but part of what she did tell you is she told you that she did not remember if she was strapped into the gurney, right?
What she did tell me was she does not remember. She remembered when she did fall. She told me on that she's the one that stood up, and then the two Rocky Mountain employees assisted her and put her into the on the gurney.
Okay, and I don't know if you had the opportunity to listen in during the previous testimony, but when Ms. Thompson, or when she was testifying, Ms. Johnson was testifying, she indicated that part of what happened to her was a paralysis on her left-hand side. Did you know that she was paralyzed on her left-hand side?
At the time when I spoke with Ms. Johnson at her residence, she was sitting down. I never saw her walking. They had her sitting down when I got there. And she's, like I said, she's real lethargic. I mean, she didn't really give me much. All I know that she told me that she was dropped. She knew that she gave me descriptions of the two personnel, Rocky Mountain personnel, or people, or drivers, or I mean, employees. And then she told me that she did stand up when she fell, and then that they had treated her, they had taken her up to rehab, and the nurse there told the Rocky Mountain employees to take her back to the emergency room because they were not going to accept her due to her injuries.
Okay, but you earlier said that in your experience, everybody has to be strapped into a gurney when they're transported, right?
Correct.
And Ms. Johnson actually told you that she did not remember if she was strapped in.
She did not remember, but she did indicate that if she was strapped, she did indicate to me that she stood up when she fell. She stood up, and then the two Rocky Mountain employees assisted her getting to the gurney. So she literally told me she stood up when she stood up from the ground next to the gurney.
Okay, and is that pretty much the extent of your recollection of what she told you as to what happened when she fell or when she was dropped?
So I had already seen the video, okay, and but to my recollection, to answer your question on what she told me, that's what she told me.
Well, the video didn't show her being dropped, right?
So what it was is the ambulance was parked outside the ambulance bay. What I could see, and I went back the next a couple of days later to see actually where this ambulance was parked. So at the time, and I don't know if it's changed since then, at the ambulance bay at the St. Vincent's Hospital, it's paved or cement, it's cement under the ambulance bays. But once you where it's a covered bay, meaning the roof, but outside it was kind of gravel. And it looked like it had parked east to west, I want to believe, if I'm correct, or sorry, south to east, but north to south. They were parked outside the ambulance bay on a gravel area. outside the ambulance bay. So typically most ambulance will back up into the ambulance bay and take the ambulance of the patients out of the ambulance and then transport him inside the hospital. At the time when they took her out of that ambulance, it was outside the ambulance bay into a gravel area.
Okay, but the ambulance, the reason that they stopped there is because the ambulance bay was full, right?
Correct. So they stopped there. It was a black and gray grainy video, but it was obvious, and I just explained it to you or on my report. It was a bigger gentleman with white lettering in black, and then a smaller gentleman that came out of the ambulance. Well, the gentleman was inside the patient compartment. The driver comes out, goes inside the patient compartment from the driver's side, goes inside, and minutes later, they're pulling her out. At that time, when they were pulling that patient out, for some reason, the video skips. And once it skips, once it came back to recording again, the patient was already in the gurney. So, and all I could see was a white sheet over this. I saw the two gentlemen, and I explained it on my report. And when they were reeling her in, I asked the security guard or the security personnel there at the hospital to change the view of the cameras. And then I wanted to make sure it was the actual same personnel that were rolling this patient. And then the cameras rolled in, and it's still recording on my phone. I was recording it from the video of the video from the ambulance, the hospital. And he changed the view, and it was the same people coming into the ambulance bay where it turned to color. And that's when I saw clearly that it was, and I knew it was Luis Villegas, but I never, which is one of the Rocky Mountain employees, I didn't recognize the other employee. But on this patient care report, they indicated that it was Mario Monet. And I know that Mario Monet, and it was not Mario Monet as the driver. They
You don't know who it was.
At the time, I did not know who it was. Farther down on my investigation, I believe I got this information from Ed Rue, that it was Bradley Little, the driver.
Mr. Padilla, your time is up. I will allow you a few more minutes to finish up on this line of questioning if you have more questions.
No, there's nothing that is continuing as far as this line of questioning is concerned, so.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, I have some questions for you. This first one, I don't know if it's a question for you or Mr. Borman. You testified on cross-examination by Mr. Padilla. Unfortunately, we don't have these videos. So I'd just like some clarification. Mr. Borman, if you want to answer, that's fine. I don't know if it's who it's more appropriate to direct this to.
It depends on the question.
Okay, the question is, when I issued an order on Rocky Mountain's motion to strike all photographs and videos, Mr. Padilla attached to his motion portions of the deposition of Mr. Martinez, which indicated that Mr. Martinez's cell phone had videos from St. Vincent Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess my question to you is, and his report seems to indicate that those videos show some Rocky Mountain employees driving or getting out of an ambulance who Mr. Martinez had alleged were not qualified to be drivers. And so my question to you is, do those videos exist? If they do, was a strategic decision on your part not to present them? And if that's the case, I'm not asking why you made that decision.
Thank you. First of all, Madam Hearing Examiner, this is a question probably best directed towards me. And yes, those videos do exist, at least, and there are a number of videos that I have, and I think we provided those to both you and to Mr. Padilla, and that's what I was trying to race down to the court reporter's offices last week to provide them. It was I guess you'd call it a strategic decision in part. Well, I'm not going to give you the reason, but yes, it was basically a strategic decision to not present those videos at the hearing today. And that decision was mine.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll get the blame or the credit, whichever is warranted.
All right, thank you. So then, Mr. Martinez, I have some questions for you. I think you said in answer to Mr. Padilla that you thought that the certificates issued to ambulance companies indicate whether they are authorized to provide basic EMS or advanced level EMS. And I think you said that you thought they do. Am I recollecting that correctly?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay, so I want to show you, I'm going to use share screen.
Okay.
This is Rocky Mountains, part of Rocky Mountains Exhibit 22, which is a certificate issued to Rocky Mountain EMS. It's a little difficult to read. But do you see anywhere on there where it says they are authorized to provide either basic or advanced service?
No, ma'am, not on this specific certificate. On eDocket, it's a database that the New Mexico Public Regulation has. And on that, whenever they applied, I believe on the eDocket, it's not on the actual certificate. So on this certificate, to answer your question, on this certificate, it does not say specifically if it's an ALS or BLS. But on our database, I believe it does say.
Okay, and then attached as part of this exhibit, there's another certificate issued to Rocky Mountain EMS. Does this one state whether Rocky Mountain is authorized to provide either basic or advanced service?
No, ma'am.
I think you also said on cross-examination that an ambulance service is required to provide a report to the receiving facility within 24 to 48 hours. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, ma'am, you're correct.
Okay. I also want to show you something else. Well, I can't, let's see.
Is it the rule?
Yeah, I was looking for the rule. I thought I had it.
1814, it's going to be 1814-23, I believe, or 25. Let me look
Yeah. I don't know why. Oh, here we go. Okay, I think I can do it now. Okay, can you see 18.3.14.24D?
Yes, I can.
And can you read that? Just read that D.
Okay, I will read that for you, ma'am. It says, completed patient care records. An ambulance service shall deliver an electronic or written copy of the completed pre-hospital patient care record to the receiving facility emergency department for the inclusion of the patient's permanent, kind of cut off there, record upon delivery of the patient to the hospital in the event the unit is dispatched on another call. The patient care record shall be delivered as soon as possible after that call, but not later than the end of shift or 24 hours of the, and I'd have to read it on the actual.
I'm making,
Of the hospital in the event the unit is dispatched to another call. I have to read on my book, sorry, because it's cutting off on the names there. But not later than the end of shift or 24 hours after the transportation and treatment of the patient.
okay, and then lastly, I think you said on cross-examination that there was no time limit to input the runs into NM stars. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to share with you something else. Can you see that?
Yes,
What
ma'am.
okay. This is from the New Mexico Health Org website. And can you read?
I hesitate to interrupt you, but you are now introducing exhibits which were not uploaded, which are not being offered by the staff in this particular matter. And it's staff's job to present testimony such as this. I understand that you're the hearing examiner, but I would respectfully submit that the questions that you ask should be limited to questions that were raised by either the direct testimony, which you accepted these reports, the exhibits, and by my cross-examination. There was nothing with regard to this particular source in either of those.
You asked on cross-examination whether there was a time limit for the ambulance services to input data into NM stars. I'm following up on that. And to the extent you're objecting to this, that's overruled. Mr. Martinez, would you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph down, starting with the words New Mexico?
Okay.
Would you read the first sentence?
Okay, New Mexico is requiring EMS services to submit monthly data. There is no, okay.
That's enough. Thank you.
Okay.
Were you listening to Mr. Rue testify?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear him refer to something called NFIRS?
Yes.
Is that the same as NM stars?
No, ma'am. Not that I know of.
For the record, I would object to questioning with regard to another witness.
Objection overruled. Would you turn to Staff Exhibit 6, which is the revised petition? Exhibit A, page 2.
Okay, page 2. Okay, I'm there, ma'am.
And at the bottom left, under Mario Monet,
Okay, let's see here, sorry. Mara Monet, yes.
there's a box for EVOC/CVOC. I think we've heard what EVOC is. What is CVOC?
So that's a misprint. So emergency vehicle operator certificate. It should be CVO. It should be commercial vehicle emergency certificate or commercial vehicle operator certificate. Emergency. It should be CEVO. So it's certificate. I want to say certificate emergency operator certificate, something like that.
So EVOC/CVOC should really be CEVO.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then could you turn to Exhibit Z to Staff Exhibit 6?
Sorry. Let me make sure I'm okay.
What are those photographs intended to represent, or why did you include them?
Let me- I'm trying to give it some time. Okay, indicating, I believe at the time, I have to look at a better, more clear picture on this. Oh, this ambulance, this picture here, ma'am, I had to turn it around, sorry. This ambulance, I believe this was ambulance 49. It was when they sent me these updated equipment lists at the times of my inspections, and when they send me updated equipment list, this ambulance was never inspected at the time of my inspections, my earliest inspection, due to because it was out of service. And when I took this picture, I was at the St. Vincent's Hospital, and I saw this ambulance, which was supposed to be out of service, was back in service at the ambulance bay there at the St. Vincent's Hospital. And if you could see it, unit 49. And they're required to, every ambulance service is required to send me an email or send me an updated list whenever they put an ambulance back into service.
Okay.
Which they did not, sorry.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Borman, you have 10 minutes if you have any redirect.
I have some brief regrets.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, do you have staff exhibit 14?
Let me get to it, Mr. Borman. I'm there.
Okay. Now this, I think you described this as being something from NM Stars. Is that what it's called?
Yes, sir.
Okay. who inputs the information that shows up in these reports?
So if you see, it's whoever who did the either most of the time it's either a basic EMT basic or an intermediate or a paramedic. And on this specific report, I believe on this report, it indicates that Mr. Luis Villegas completed this report.
Okay, so it's the ambulance company basically that completes this report. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that you were here and you heard when Mr. Rue was testifying?
Yes, sir.
And you heard him testify about an event at which a patient was dropped?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object to any questioning concerning Mr. Rue, that this is not appropriate redirect.
I think this is exploring what's in this document that you spent some time discussing with my client.
Overruled.
Now, Mr. Martinez, if you recall, do you recall me asking Mr. Rue who was involved in that event for Rocky Mountain?
Specifically on this patient care report, sir?
No, I'm asking if you recall what Mr. Rue said.
I recall him saying that he remembers it was Bradley Little, Mr. Ed Little's son, but he couldn't recall the name of who the EMT basic was. He did mention San Fernando, but he was not sure.
Okay, now could you turn to page 3 of this report?
Okay.
I think it's the last page, and there's about the middle of the page, there's a section that says unit personnel.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you see who's listed?
Yes, it's Mario Monet and Luis Villegas.
Okay. And then finally below that, it says crew completing.
Yes, and so the crew completing report is Luis Villegas.
So it was Luis Villegas working for Rocky Mountain who input this information.
Yes, sir. It was he was an EMT basic, and I testified earlier. I wanted to indicate that when I looked at the video, it was not Mario Monet.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, Mr. Padilla, you have 10 minutes for any follow-up to Mr. Borman's redirect or my questions.
Mr. Martinez, the hearing examiner asked you about this lettering on the bottom of Mario Monet, and it's actually on the bottom of all these people where it says EVOC/CVOC, and you explained that that's correct. Right next to that, it says, somebody typed in CEVO 427-2018. Is that what you were trying to say it should be, is CEVO?
Yeah, it's a typo. Instead of CVOC, it should be CEVO. So it's Certificate Emergency Vehicle Operator.
Okay, so you typed it in there correctly, right?
Yes.
Okay, and this form that we're talking about here, it has these same letters, EVOC, CVOC. That's a pre-printed form that the commission uses, right?
Correct.
So every investigation or every inspection that you do, that you would use this form, they would all have the incorrect lettering, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez, very much. You're excused.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
I don't really see any point in starting with George Smith now, since it's after 4:30. So I would propose that we begin with George Smith tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Anybody object to that?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am, I agree.
Okay, Well, thank you all very much. We'll adjourn for the day and we'll start tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.